Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. We've got a lovely day for you today. Stuart Hillard, Yvonne McAtamney are all here. And then this first hour, our Ben has put together the most amazing blue hour for us. So it's going to be a jam-packed day today. Hope you've been all right in this heat. Oh my gosh, it's been so hot, hasn't it, all week? It's been actually quite a relief waking up to a bit of rain this morning. And some cheesecake from Levi's mum. Thank you, Levi's mum. We've all got our little Tupperware boxes ready for some cheesecake at 11's. At 11 o'clock, if we're all sitting here having our cheesecake, then that's what we'll be doing. We'll be back at 11:30. Only joking, I'll just sit on air with Stuart and eat my cheesecake. Right, should we do an amazing early bird? Now, something that we've all had recently is the new Illiso iron. Stay tuned tomorrow morning as well for the mini one. Oh my gosh, it's going to be launching tomorrow. It's amazing. Now, obviously, your iron, as we all know, is as important as a sewing machine when it comes to making, well, any garments or quilts or bags or toy making. Pressing is an essential. Now, if you are at home getting your ironing board out or lugging it up the stairs to where your craft room is, get yourself a wool pressing mat whilst it is on early bird today. This is a Millwood pressing mat. Now, I remember the first time that I saw wool pressing mats, and it was actually a different brand. It was a Mountain Mist brand, and they were about £40, if I remember rightly, about £30–40. When Millwood bought them out, one, we know the brand really, really well. They're top quality tools and products that they bring, and the prices are amazing. There's also actually, here we go, yeah, Mountain Mist. This is on our website. I remember when we launched these, I was actually being quite conservative then, saying £40. They were £52.99. That's the 12 by 18. What's this one? Well, this one's the 11.5 by 16.5. So this is still the big one. This is a really good size. And I'm thinking those of you that are doing, you know, your large blocks or your half square triangles, then this is brilliant to be able to set yourself up a station. Now, as I said, today is the day to get it whilst it's on early bird special. Are you ready? We are taking 20% off for today and today only. Good morning, Claire. Get ready. There are so many of you that I know love using a wool pressing mat for lots of different reasons. Today, you've got it at a discounted price. If you've never tried them out before, go for it. Now, this is one that's open here with my Illiso. I'll talk about this in a little bit, but if you are using the mini iron in particular, then this is brilliant because obviously, if you're doing smaller piecing or smaller blocks, you don't need to get your big ironing board out. Ironing boards tend to be quite squishy and squashy and bouncy. This is a really compressed wool that is really lovely and thick, and the way that it works, the technology that means that basically the heat will press from your iron down into your fabric, and then the heat is then transferred back up to the back of your seams. So it will give you the crispest, flattest, beautiful seams, which as a quilter, as a sewer, that is what you want to achieve. I just personally like that it is lightweight and portable as well. So if you are taking it to a class, taking it to a workshop, you're not lugging around a big pressing mat, or you're not waiting for a communal iron. It is a thick, compressed wool pressing mat, and it is today at a discounted price of £19.99, and it's the big one. There's also one on sale by Illiso actually, and again another wool pressing mat. I believe that one might be around the £40–50 mark as well. It's worth having a look. Morning Donna, she said good morning Vicky and everybody. We've got Ben, we got Ollie, we got Levi. Hey! We're all going to have a lovely morning today. Anne said, good morning, Vix. Looking forward to seeing Stuart back. Oh, can't wait to see him. He's still absolutely reeling from Festival of Quilts. We'll talk to him all about that. And got an amazing quilt with him at 9 o'clock. There you go. That's the Illiso mat I was talking about. £43.90. And you can see here, because of the fact that it is a dense wool fibres that reflect heat, ironing both sides of the fabric simultaneously to make it quicker and professional level quilting. Customize your pressing area. This is what is brilliant about having, you know, well, that one's obviously your Illiso one, but it's the same sort of principle of having a wool pressing mat. £19.99. There's so many of you there. If you do want to make the most of having the larger wool pressing mat as a discounted price today, $19.99. If you haven't yet got your Eliso as well, we'll put it in today's show for you so you can grab it because it's going to be a busy, 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 busy day. Right, I'll leave that one with you. Now, today's show, as I said, Stuart is going to be here in the next hour. Oh my gosh, he's got the most amazing William Morris quilt coming up at 10. So this first hour, Benny's Blue Hour. Oh, I thought you were joking. You've actually called it Benny's Blue Hour. This is hilarious. Our Ben has put together brand new bundles, some of your favourites, quilt kits, pre-cuts, threads. We've got everything. We've got discounts as well. Now, in fact, there's a bundle that's coming up. We'll start with it. That was, I think, taken from our show, but we've put it back in this morning. We've put it back in. He said, 2 days in a row, someone's stealing my bundles. So it's coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. 9 o'clock, those of you that are following Yvonne McAtamney's Block of the Month Village Fabric. Oh, I love it. The wisteria, beautiful moon on the bottom left, the folding technique, those lanterns as well. This is going to be an amazing block. Even if you're doing it as a skill builder, if you're doing them individually as wall hangings, this is the block that we're doing. Coming up at 9 o'clock. Get ahead, they're all on pre-order. At 9 o'clock, we've got the most, spectacular vintage beauty quilt. I adore this. This is, for me, what quilting is all about. I love modern quilts. I love bright colour quilts. But personally, if you want that heritage, country, cottage. I went and viewed a house the other day, actually. I know, we're not looking to move. We are not looking to move. But you know, sometimes when, we went to look at this house that needed a lot of work doing to it. But it was like a bargain. Yeah, just because we haven't got enough going on in our lives, we're like, let's just do a doer-upper house. But it was in a really, really, really nice area. And they had honeysuckle wallpaper. And I was like, oh my gosh, this house is amazing. It's got William Morris wallpaper. Yeah, we're not obviously going to have it because it was, a lot of work needed doing to it. But it had William Morris. As soon as you recognise it, it was this old farmhouse. It was amazing. But there's something so special about William Morris fabrics and seeing them in a massive quilt like that. Wow. That is going to be the heirloom quilt. Coming up at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got the Village Fabric wall hanging collection. So we've got brand new, we've got some of your favorites, we've got horses, we've got cats, we've got watercolor trees and flowers. It's a beautiful hour, really beautiful hour. Have a look on pre-order, in fact, and you can shop ahead for that one. And then at 12 o'clock, I've never even seen this sewing machine, and we've got the perfect person to demonstrate it for us. Stuart Hillard is going to be showing us the Brother, now what's the name of this machine? NV1100. The NV1100 is the first time I'm seeing this because it's sold out every time it's been on. So we've got stock back available on that machine. Also back in stock, we've got the embroidery machine. Now that did sell out with me over the Quilt Festival weekend. It's back. We're going to do an amazing, amazing price on it. It is just, endless possibilities in terms of personalising. You will love it. The software is amazing that you get with it. Comes with loads of fabulous embroidery stitches already, but it does have a USB, which you can then put your own designs on. It's amazing. So that's going to be coming up at our 12 o'clock. I told you it's going to be a jam-packed day. Now, on the William Morris front, the quilt. If you are interested, as we can see it going into baskets, ignore the price. I'm going to tell you, thank you for anybody who's woken up bright and early with me. And if you have, it means that you're going to get a little bit of a sneak peek. I'll tell you the price once, and then we'll wait until 10 o'clock and make it fair for everybody. But at the moment, it's on at £249. We're going to get it under 200 today for you. We're going to take 50. In fact, actually, no. Ben's saying no. We're going more than £50 saving on this. If you want it at 1799, £179 and 99 pence. If you want it under 180, Get it now, because that will be a sellout show. But I just wanted to tell everybody, because I can see it going to baskets already. If you love the vintage rose, it's coming up at 10 o'clock, but it's going to 1799, and you'll pay the lowest price. So even if you check out at 2499, it's fine. You'll pay the lowest price. Amazing! Right, should we do Benny's Blue Hour? Right, this is already selling. So, Ben spent a lot of time putting this together, and you're saving £5 on it today. You are getting all of our shades of blue. Now, blue is probably our most requested colour in our solids. It's the best sellers. It's the world's favourite colour, after all, isn't it? And these are all of our blues, aren't they, Ben? Every single blue that we have in stock is here in this bundle for £34.90, saving £5. It's a 5-metre blue bundle. Now, whether you're choosing to use these all together in a really gorgeous quilt design, or whether you're looking at some of the fabrics that you've got already in your stash and you're wanting to match in the right blue. I mean, it's one of those fabrics that if you go into different quilt stores, they don't have the storage space to stock the array of blue. You might find 1 or 2 blues, but if you're looking for an exact match to go with, you know, your K4 with your Tula or with your William Morris, you want to match it in completely, then this is brilliant to be able to have the whole bundle, isn't it? It's going to make those designer fabrics go even further. £34.90. Good morning, everybody. Levi, could you come and refresh my page when you've got a sec, please? Thank you. Absolutely flying. And can I show you, each one of these is ½ a metre. This will sell out. Because when this goes, Ben is going to march upstairs and say, stop stealing my bundles upstairs to the office, because this was one that he spent lots of time putting together. And because it's so great, somebody spotted it on the schedule and said, oh, I'll move that. I'm having that. It is brilliant. Right, now, do you know the list of colours that you're getting here, Ben? I'm not going to point to them because then it gets confusing. You are getting Cadet Blue, Copen, Cyan, Hawaiian, Marine, Midnight, Navy, Royal, Sky, Peacock. You're getting all of them for under £35. The whole range of our blues that are in stock. That now works out price per ½ metre. How many ½ metres have we got? 10. 10 ½ metres. Well, £3.49. I can do that. £3.49. I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? £3.49 a ½ metre. 5-metre bundle. I absolutely love solids in quilting as well. Think about these for linings. Think about these in linings, backings of cushions. Think about these for straps. Think about these for applique backgrounds. Think about these to complement some of your designer blue fabrics that you've got in your stash. All I see is blue. Amazing bundle, £34.90. Loads of these in baskets. Hi, Jess. Jess is walking along the mezzanine, the mezz. Oh my gosh, right, there are loads in baskets, enough to see these sell out. I would be I would definitely be multiplying on this, because let's face it, this is our staple. We don't discount our staples because they're on reorder all the time. Our warehouse are not happy with us doing bundles like this and doing a discount. It's like an early bird special, isn't it? There you go. Ben knows how to bundle. Teach me how to bundle. Teach me how to bundle. Right, there are less than 20 of those remaining. Remember, they are all ½ metre cuts. If you actually think about this all laid out, that's 5 metres. That's 10 ½ metre cuts. You know, when you look at bundles like this within a quilt, if you were to just literally, you can. If you were to just pick out, say, one of these ½ metres, this one's extra wide. If you just get just this along, that's a quilt kit, isn't it? That's extra wide. That's a lot of fabric in this fabric. Speaking of quilt kit. So, who doesn't have the New Mexico quilt pattern. I've got a feeling that, loads of us have got the quilt pattern. If you want to do it in the Santorini blue, if you know somebody that has got a passion for quilting, you have got to make this. It's amazing. Now, there's literally 13. That is it. That is it. Oh, 2.5 meters of your background fabric, half a meter of all of these amazing blues. Now, if you, here you go. If you want to make that fabulous New Mexico quilt in the Santorini blue, we've put together as many quilt kits as we can. £64.99 to have any, I mean, just to be able to have any quilt kit of this size at £64.99 is amazing. Now, what is so fabulous about this instruction set is it has not only got the quilt, you make the cushion first, so you've got the instructions of how to do the one block, which I love because you can have a go, make the cushion, and then it also has your cutting instructions for all of your quilt. You've got your instructions for your, well, you've got your colour diagram here if you want to do it in a different colourway or play around with what blues you're going to be putting where. You've then got your templates for your foundation pieced border. All of your pictures to follow. Honestly, you will love making this quilt. It's beautiful. Available at £64.99. Right, we've got loads to show you in this hour, so we're going to just whiz through as much as we can. Should we do some limited bundles? Now, we've got laundry basket quilts last to stock. It's a 4 metre bundle. Are these all one? No. Let's have a look. Oh, I love these. These are beautiful. Now, what designer is this? Andover Sea Moss. Created by Adita Sitar. Adita Sitar, this is amazing. Now, oh, these were very, very popular. Ben, actually, they've gone. Yeah. Look. They are amazing. Adita Sitar, I've not seen since Sewing Quarter days. This is amazing. Right, it's there. If you want it. Well, it's not there. It's gone. What am I talking about? There you go. Gone. Blue mixer bundle. Right, I did this with Hayley. This was a manager's special one. Look, we'll go lower on this. We're going to get this under 15. It's the mixes as well, which I really like because I think that really adds a little bit of texture, a bit of detail. Looks lovely. £14.99. That's really good. Look, they look beautiful, don't they? Having this sort of mottled effect. They almost look like, you know, velvety to the eye, but they're 100% quilting weight cotton, and they are beautiful. They make great sky scenes in a plique, like a cloudy sky. It makes it £3.74 a half metre. Really good for 100% quilting weight cotton. With smaller bundles, we really shouldn't be crashing them. I understand if we drop the price when we're doing it on big bundles, but these will sell by the half metre very, 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 very well anyway. £100% quilting weight cotton. The lovely blues and that gorgeous purple. 2 metre bundle. Well done if you got it. Honestly, definitely get hold of this with your with Benny's big bundle. Yeah, it is that lovely mottle mixer fabric. It does add texture to the eye, doesn't it? If you are using it with your solids, it will just change it up a bit. It's still really affordable to go along with your, look, to go with any of your designer fabrics. Come say hello to me on Facebook. It's lovely to be back with you. We've got a great show today. It's worth opening your order this hour because it's a big day today. Is it your day to get yourself your 2024 heirloom quilt? Is it your first William Morris big quilt? What I love about it as well, I mean, that border is just beautiful, isn't it? Vintage rose, it's stunning. And I did give you a clue on the price. It's going under 200, it's going to 179, I'm just going to tell you. Just because there are not going to be enough of those to go around. So if you want to check out on the 10 o'clock hour, go for it. They're your mixers for £14.99. There's less than 10 of these now remaining. 100% quilting weight cottons in the blue. Yeah, one that's going to sell out is the medallions. I did show this just briefly. You've got here the most beautiful medallion prints. And then you've also got this with a paisley. Now, these are designer fabrics. They are absolutely gorgeous. Less than £20. Bella Bluebirds. Gorgeous collection of medallions and paisley prints. That is lovely. I really like that paisley. Look at the different background colours in there. And then these beautiful big medallion prints. You could absolutely fussy cut these, couldn't you? Isn't this gorgeous? That would make an amazing border. Do you know, if you want to make, for example, like the quilt that we've got, the William Morris quilt, once you've done it in your William Morris fabric and use that pattern, imagine having a medallion sort of style border, and then you could choose, you could do patchwork even in the centre. This one's gone, well done. Yes. Ocean blues. It's got Ocean Drive. Oh, gosh. I went to see Lighthouse Family, Warwick Arts Centre. I love them. This bundle was made by our manager, Hayley. Right, this must have been on some sort of crazy day. We need to watch back the tape and see what happened, because Hayley made this. Oh, I see. It was her friend Rachel who came over from Jen's. She's one of the buying team over on Jen's. We're going to do it. We're going to match it. Do you know, Rachel probably did it as a, I'm only coming here as a one-off. Even though you're a permanent member, Ben, you should not be repeating that price. You know that that's too low. That is too low. We've just seen 3 fabrics at that price. Well, at $19.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fabrics of you gorgeous ocean blues. As we said, that's a great price on 1.5 meters of fabric. To be able to get 3 meters, at what price per half meter now? 6, yeah, divided by 6 half meters. £3.22. £3. That's just over £1.50. That's like £1.60 a fat quarter. If you to go to Festival of Quilts and you see fat quarters under £2, especially, quilting weight, this isn't craft cotton. This isn't the cotton that you see in the middle aisle of the supermarket. This is fabulous quality. You've got to be absolutely snapping this up, because this is £3.79 half metre all day, every day, and it is a fabulous value for money at that price. Today, you're getting all the blues, you're getting the mixes as well. What an amazing deal. Right, there's less than 10 now. £19.35 for 3 metres. There's more than enough of you now to see this sell out with people missing out. Benny's Blues. What's your favourite member of Blue, Levi? Do you know any of them? Duncan James, mine. Anthony Costa. Lee Ryan. I once saw him at Bicester Village. He's got a son called Rain. Yeah. 5 left of these. 5 left. There's over 15 of you who've got it in your basket. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Duncan was in Chicago. He played Mr. Finn, Billy Finn, didn't he? Flynn. Is that my name, Vicky Carroll? You found my mug! Oh my gosh, thank you. Did you just go and, what's it? Did you just go and engrave this for me? It's actually got my name on it. I was looking everywhere in my cupboards. Thank you. Is that you, Michael Wolf? Right, there's 4 remaining of these. Literally 4 remaining. Oh, it's on Hayley's desk for you. I've got a little heart. Michael's engraved a little heart after my name as well. No, I said it's on Hayley's desk, your cup is. We all have our own Sewing Street cups. I've got a Sewing Street one and a Gemporia Craft one now. 3 remaining. The only thing with the Sewing Street ones, it isn't engraved into the metal. It's a vinyl and it's started to peel off. So mine's now says Vicky Carroll. The L's have gone. Hey, Hayden, thank you for your message. Right, there's 3 left. There's loads of you who've got that in your basket. Now, I've got a really big bundle here. That's 1 metre of grey, 1 metre of ivory, yeah, 1 metre of cadet blue, I think, 1 metre of sky and 1 metre of navy. Isn't that a gorgeous bundle? £3 saving on that one, already applied at £34.90. This is gorgeous. You have got all 5 fabrics for less than £35. They're all 1 metre bundles, by the way. So, look, I know Levi's not going to be happy with me doing this, but I just need to show you. Because it's quite deceiving when you see it all folded up. But actually, I mean, this is lovely blue as well, isn't it? You are getting a whole metre. I mean, that is a lot of fabric, isn't it? Each one of those, you're getting, and it's pre-cut already. These bundles are already pre-cut into metre pieces for you. Cut off the bottom. They're amazing. And they are gorgeous quality. I know when we started Sewing Street and we talked about obviously having our staple solids that are going to quilt beautifully alongside your Liberties, alongside your William Morris fabrics, your Free Spirit, your Caves and your Tulip, you know, those big designer names, and you want it to be of the same quality. We had to make sure our staple fabric that we had in our stash was always going to be really, really, really top quality. So you're getting fabulous prices today to get all of your solids. I think that would make a lovely quilt. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's always worth having these colours, I think, in your stash, ready for linings, ready for straps, ready for backs of cushions, ready for bases of applique. It is just worth having them in your stash, isn't it? £3 off. Great saving. That's like, yeah, you know, you've nearly got half a metre over there for free. Brilliant. Okay. Please, can we do these? Because these are all cut, let me check, into ½ metres, I believe. Are they Lewis and Irene? They are all cut into fat quarters. They are absolutely beautiful. Brensham collection. 6-piece fat quarters. Look, you've got these beautiful florals as well. I feel like we've made something with this. This must have been cut for a project because we don't cut fat quarters. You can't buy fat quarters individually. So this is such a good way of seeing all of these prints, using them in beautiful projects. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Do you want it under £20? Brilliant. Oh, I love this one as well. Look at this. Your beautiful floral little ditzy print. They look like little polka dots from a distance. They're actually flowers. How stunning is this collection? Lewis and Irene, super, super soft. It'll be on Hayley's desk, Hayley Bryant's desk. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, honestly, take advantage of this because that is such a beautiful fabric range. And Lewis and Irene, they don't tend to reprint. So once they're gone, they're gone. All 6, this, yeah, again, would be another one that would look beautiful in that sort of William Morris design, just like that. If you've got the pattern, once you've made this quilt, obviously it's an investment. You're going to want to use the pattern again. It would look really, really stunning. Look at all of these prints you're getting, all 6, fat quarters. I don't even know whether we've got this collection by the ½ metre anymore. No, this is the last chance to be able to get these fabrics. These were cut for a certain project, so it is amazing to be able to see them. I think it was Delphine project. I can't remember, I can't put my finger on it, but I love this look. Again, that would make it a great border. This would be lovely to fussy cut. Oh, I am imagining these squares. Obviously, it would be, you'd have to get a couple of these, or a few of these bundles, but a smaller mini version. Oh, or just put it with your blues. You know, like earlier on when we had this bundle here, your greys and your whites and these sort of colours are going to go really, really well. So if you've got that big bundle of solids, or any of our solid bundles that we've had today, they'll go a long, long way. These could just be your centre squares. What's that? Oh, I love it. Oh, that quilt, by the way, is on 10 o'clock, William Morris quilt. I know. It's already going on pre-order because we did tell everybody how low we were planning on going. $19.99. I can't tell you how soft this is. It is beautiful. Less than £20 today for all of these gorgeous fat quarters. Whoops. Thank you for this one, Ben. We don't normally, you know, have fat quarters of Lewis and Irene, do we? There we go. Thank you, my new fancy little folds. All of those prints, they all work together, different scales of print. 6 of them from the Brensham collection for £19.99. I think that's an amazing price. They were supposed to be £24. So you're saving again your P&P. Right, we'll leave it there. There's so many of you who've got these in your basket. They're lovely. We've got also a bit of Liberty. This time, fat 8s. Fat 8s. You got some purples in here. You got some blues. All Liberty. Fat 8s. So anybody who doesn't know what a fat 8 is, it is a fat quarter that is then cut in half. So you're still getting all of those lovely prints. For anybody who does smaller piecing, for anybody who does foundation paper piecing or well, any EPP even. This is gorgeous. Look at every single one of these. You could do little Liberty scrunchies. In fact, actually, there's a lady who sells a lot on Etsy. Little plain white baby grows that she's then appliqued, like, you know, letters, initials, or you know, like little bunnies or something. And if you just cut out from a template a pattern, seriously, you can sell them for a lot of money, being Liberty. So it's smaller fabrics like this and having the array of Liberty prints, amazing value. Right, there's literally 3 of these bundles remaining at £25.72. That is 12 different fat 8s, all Liberty, no solids in there, they're all Liberties. I love the big vases. What are these called? There's actually a name for those, isn't there? Big pots. Big pots. There's 2 left. That is about to go. We've got more of you. We've got these in your basket than we have availability. Still time to check out. All right, Paul. Okay. I have got the Betty bundle back. And there's still availability on this. Right, this is like our early bird special, basically, because you're saving £5 on one of the biggest bundles of every blue that we have. To be able to have these beautiful blues. There you go. There are 16 in baskets. There are 13 left. I should have done it in a rainbow order here. Let me have a look. Stuart's in today. Now, the rainbow bundle that Ben bought yesterday that he spent a lot of time making, completely sold out. The same, I believe, is going to happen today. If you want this big bundle, was it more of a peachy bundle? Oh, it was the Janet Clare Blooming Lovely. Yeah, this will sell out as well. I mean, this is such a fabulous price, isn't it? £5 saving today. Did you ask for this saving? You just did it with a saving. I know, but are you allowed to just discount things? I know you made the bundle, but today all of the blues. Here you have got all of your blues, all of the blues that we have available in stock for £34.50. £34.90, £5 discount applied. Oh, there you go, jardinières. Not big plant pots, Ben. Thank you, Linda. Oh, there you go, yes. Ollie's mum and dad had jardinières. Good morning. Hi, lovely. Hi, Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Lovely to see you again on Sewing Street. You look beautiful in the red dress. It suits you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. It's really difficult, isn't it, in the heat? When you're like, where is it going to be hot? I'm also going to be in like a air-conditioned environment. It's then going to be wet outside. Oh, so thank you. I know, my poor outside cushions are all soggy. Pardon? You got a pigeon out in the garden? Just a pigeon? A mummy and a daddy pigeon, they live in your garden? Oh, she's laid a nest in Ben's bush. He cut the bush back after and didn't know there was a pigeon, a pregnant pigeon in there. Oh, she's now laid. Oh. I don't know about pigeons nesting. They nest for 18 days. Ben's found out a lot about what's happening in his garden. They will nest for 18 days. Then once the eggs are born, they'll stay in the nest for how long? Up to 4 weeks. So he's a bit worried about the magpies. He keeps shooing off all the magpies. You've got a magnolia tree. Right, there are now less than 10 of these available. £34.90, saving £5 today. There's 23 in baskets, we've got less than 10. That's so good. Honestly, the value for money on all of the blues. What colour eyes have you got, Ben? Oh, you've got blue eyes. Blue steel. Thank you. Right, should we do some of the extra wide backing fabrics? Because these are amazing. Can we please do this one? Liberty. Look at this. Right, for anybody who's making a dressmakers, this is extra wide. So even though we call it extra wide backing fabric, it's ideal for backing quilts because it's got the width. So you're not having to piece the back of quilts. This is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I've got a big old crease in this. I'm just going to give it a press with my early bird mountain. Have I turned it on? Hang on. There we go. Just going to give it a press because it looked a bit creased. But look how beautiful this fabric is. It's 274 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches wide. And yes, it is really, really beautiful quality. Let's give it a bit of steam. Let it heat up. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Today, you have got your chance to get a Liberty Extra Wide, whether you're a dressmaker, whether you're a quilter, whether you're using it on the back of your quilts, on the front within your piecing. You are getting a lot of Liberty fabric there for just £17.99. I hate ironing, you know, at home. I don't iron anything, but there's something very, very different and very satisfying about using your Aliso for pressing, isn't there? Right, if you're getting this today, look, that is literally half of it. If you're thinking of homewares, if you're thinking for bedding, if you're thinking for curtains or blinds, if you're thinking for dressmaking, a beautiful wrap dress. Sorry about my microphone. This would be beautiful in a wrap dress. Quilting weight cottons. Today at £17.99. Liberty Trailing Blossom. Do we have any other Liberty? I think we've only got one other Liberty that we can bring to you. Liberty Blues is gorgeous. How much would you pay if you're buying a metre of Liberty lawn? Even your half-metre Liberties are now, what, £9 a half-metre? If you're looking at half a metre, you're getting about that much. This is more than double the amount. Quilting weight cotton, just because it says the word backing, it doesn't mean that it's any less. Oh, I haven't got it turned on. Isn't it gorgeous? It's printed on the shores of Lake Como in Italy. It is absolutely beautiful. Lazenby cotton, which is unique to Liberty, a really lovely tight weave, so you can see that printing so perfectly. Just half a metre is £17.99, but I am thinking if you are dressmaking, oh my gosh, it'd be amazing. More extra wise, we've got the Liberty Pansy Meadow. Sorry, I'm just going to fling this here. What I love about this is that it's the large scale print. Obviously, we all know Liberty about having a smaller scale print, but if you want to back a blue quilt, this is your chance. It's gorgeous. I'm thinking really big oversized cushions. I'm thinking really big weekend bags. And just with one unit, you're going to be able to make a Liberty weekend bag for less than 20 quid. If you go into a supermarket and you buy a weekend bag, it's going to cost you surely more than that. This is amazing for Liberty. Add yourself some lovely sort of bozal or heavyweight interfacing and pre-made straps and hardware. It's going to look absolutely sensational. But those of you that do make any blue quilts, if you've got any unfinished quilts that are in your UFO pile, then this is your sign to finish that quilt with a Liberty, with a Liberty blue backing. It's 104 inches wide and 274 centimetres wide. Be a lovely robe. What about a cotton robe? A Liberty, almost like, the old-fashioned sort of smoking jackets. Ben, I imagine you with a Liberty robe. Can you all imagine our Ben with a Liberty robe? Like smoker's jacket. Long line, oh, that would be amazing. 100% cotton. Shiny shoes and a cigar. Oh, those new flasks has got a fantastic thermal. It really conceal the heat. It's burning hot still. Sorry, they're not on sale. I'm going to upset everybody. We've all got new studio flasks. Sorry. I'm sure we will sell them at one point. We'll get some. Oops. Should we do some more extra wides? Right, this is your medallion one. So the medallion bundle that we had earlier on completely sold out. Lovely blues. Oh my gosh, I love this. Do you know what? I've been going, obviously, out with the girls most days when it's been really lovely and hot. And if you have like a massive picnic blanket, if you want this width, I would just get literally 2 units of this, back it with some fleece, literally bind it, and then you have got yourself a fabulous, massive picnic blanket, and it is gorgeous. If you want to do some free motion quilting, you've got all these lovely medallions. It is very Santangle-esque, isn't it? Oh, back on your Santangle pieces. Put a board around your Santangle pieces. Love the mandala. What would you do with this? Bandanas. I mean, you've got a lot of fabric there. You can make a lot of bandanas. If you're making to sell and you're making, scrunchies, bandanas, homewares, bowls for I'm thinking like bowls that you would have on a coffee table with fabric bowls, basically. These would be lovely. Or storage tubs. Aren't they amazing? And if you were to then take this element and embroider on top of it, you could do lots of French knots where all of these spots are. Or, oh, it'd look amazing. Right, that one is gorgeous. I love that. Now, all of these have been selling on pre-order, by the way, all of these. This one is your sort of spiral design in the deep, deep blue. It's 108 inches wide. This is from Whistler Studios. It's lovely quality, Wyndham fabrics, lovely quality quilting weight fabric. It's got a bit of a mottle effect in the background as well, hasn't it? 100% quilting weight cotton. Sorry, I've got to laugh because that was actually a terrible joke, but hilarious. Ollie's just called this dot cotton. That is a dad joke, isn't it? Dot cotton. Oh. That's it. I mean, that sold it all completely, hasn't it? Oh, wow, 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 wow. Look at this. Right, this is fabulous. Again, storage tubs, washing baskets. There is literally 4 units remaining. If you want the last 2 meters, this is it. This has been selling on pre-order. Well done if you got it in your stash already on pre-order because you've got ahead. I've got a feeling that most people aren't actually going to be getting 1 unit of extra wise because if you're back in a big quilt, there's literally, no, 2 meters left, 4 units. 4 units. If there's everybody who's got it in the basket just has 1 unit, it's gone. So, yeah, just be careful. This is lovely, isn't it? It's another one that I'd be thinking about playing around with my new, did you get the quilter's frame that you put on your sewing machine that you're doing your free motion? This would be brilliant. That was my free motion, by the way. If you do want yeah, something to have a bit of a play with, this is going to look amazing with free motion quilting. Oh, is it? Very sea-like, Levi's saying. He went into the gallery to tell me, you could have just come in here, come on to the telly, come and tell us. Oh, the cruise. Oh, yes. Go on. Where are you going next? Is it this one? Right. Whereabouts are you going to on John's cruise? Where do you port? Where do you go through? Do you go anywhere near Norway? Do you see the Northern Lights? You jump on the boat in Southampton. Iceland, you're going to see the Northern Lights, aren't you? You're going to look up and see the Northern Lights on the John Scott cruise. In Redditch. Did you see the meteor shower a couple of nights ago? Ollie's wife saw lots of shooting stars a couple of nights ago. I feel like I have seen a shooting star literally like once in my life, only once. I don't stay awake late enough, if I'm honest. I need to start actually looking up at the stars. I love this though. Quite sort of Tim Holtzy-esque, isn't it? Having that really cool, I love the splash of paint, that psychedelic neon green and purple. Be great for, it looks like it could glow in the dark. I don't think it is officially glow in the dark fabric, but that is neon green, isn't it? It's going to look great for backpacks and art folders, pencil cases. We did a brilliant pattern with the Sewing Sanctuary on Monday. The pencil case, the pull down pencil case. This would be brilliant for that. £12.99. The Aurora Borealis. The big dog in Never Ending Story. What's his name? What's his name in Never Ending Story, the big dog? Never Ending Story. Ah. Okay, I've got some denims. Let's do them because these are going to sell out. If you do want your embossed denim, I'll show you the difference of them, Ben. There's one that's more sort of floral, spaced out. I really like, do you know what I love about these? The other one ends in 57. I haven't got a sticker. What I love about these is if you want to use both, look, you have got here two different fabrics really. I'd use both the reverse and the front of it. So if you're doing patchwork, £5.99 for your forget-me-not embossed denim. Right, if you're making the pinafore that Sarah launched on Saturday, the everyday pinafore, hundreds of those patterns sold. This would be brilliant for that. If you're doing the Lancing dress from Sussex Seamstress that we also brought back on Monday, hundreds of those sold. This would be perfect for that. If you're using it for bag making, oh, I love this. Hello, where do I find pre-order on the website? Diane, let me show you. If you jump to www.sewingstreet.com, and at the top there, can you see there's a watch live where the arrow clicker is? If you click on that, Diane, you scroll down, searching the vault. On the right-hand side, this section that says coming up on today's show is classed as our sort of pre-order. It is all available. It isn't like, you know, if you pre-order concert tickets, you're not going to be waiting weeks and weeks. It is literally going to be there available for you. There's lots of things that we're going to be launching in the next hour. These are all the blue bits that we'll try and get through in the next 10 minutes. Can you scroll quicker, please, Ben? There it is. I just want to show you, there's Yvonne McAtamney's Block of the Month, the Impressions of Japan. You've also then got Vintage Beauty. It is not staying at 249. Not staying, it's going under 200. Grab it, because there's definitely not going to be enough of those. They're already selling, by the way, they are already selling. Look there, you've got all of your wall hanging hour. There's not many of the the horses. There's not many of the cats either. If you do want the kittens or the horses, grab those now. We've got the watercolour flowers. We've got the Kansas flowers. We've got the marbled window there. And then we've also got the NV1100 sewing machine. Completely sold out both times it's been on air. We've got a lot more stock available today, and we've also got back in stock the Brother embroidery machine. Any questions that you have, today's the day to get them in, because we've got lovely Stuart here who is going to be demonstrating them. So any questions, today's the day, get them in. Right, there are loads of you have got the embossed denim in your basket. This is going to sell out, by the way, this one. If you want the last to stock, this has got, if I remember, yeah, a stretch to it. It has got a stretch to it. It'll be lovely for dressmakers. Speaking of dressmakers, watch this space. On Friday, we're going to be launching a foot, which I think you're going to absolutely love if you've got a Brother machine. Stay tuned. Coming up. Now, these are all available individually. We've got the Mottle Effect mixers. They are a brilliant, 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 brilliant price. We'll flash them up very quickly. If you want to grab any of these, by the half metre, they are just £3.99. If you're doing a plique, lovely sky scenes, you could put then your beach, couldn't you? These are John Loudon. They're lovely quality quilting weight cottons for just £3.99. We'll flash these up, but just remember, they are available. There's your blue. Look at this lovely royal blue. It is a busy day today. Thank you for your company. £3.99 for your mixer. And then we've got them in the navy. £3.99, that lovely deep royal blue, navy cotton mixer, only £3.99. It's John Loudon, so it's lovely quality as well. Grab any of those to stock up on your blue mixer stash. Everybody so far has been multi-buying. Right, we've got... right, can we do the blue Suzanne? I think we did this with John. I think this was on with John. I saw this, and it is amazing for anybody who's got quilting rulers or wants to play around with their fancy free motion quilting, because you have all of this amazing space here to do whatever you want. I mean, you can put photos on there. You could add a plique. You don't have to be doing your quilting patterns, but it lends itself perfectly to this. This is 183 centimetres square. Oh, if you got the quilts in the timeless themed Cafe book, then the pattern is in there as well. 149.99. What? Hang on. 259 pounds. You've taken over £100 off, Ben. £110 off. Right, if you want it, it's only because we've literally got 5 minutes left. We've done it. Inside, it's 3-way split pay. You have got, yeah, it's too low. It is too low. You've even got the Cape woven stripes in here, by the way. It's the most beautiful fabric collection. There is nothing in it for us. It is all about you getting hold of this beautiful quilt kit. Look, you've got here all of this lovely woven fabric. Obviously, you need to be able to get yourself the book as well. If you've already got the book, or just, if I'm being honest, just for all of this Cape fabric. We don't sell those woven fabrics, the lovely cotton loop-in fabrics. You're getting almost a metre of this, a metre of the purple as well. You've got that lovely metre of the pistachio. Aren't they gorgeous? Aubergine in there, the stripes as well. Glacier there, half a metre of that one. But it's all about these amazing woven stripes for me. Grab that during the break, over £100 off. There are lots of lovely quilt kits that what we're going to do over the next few minutes whilst we're on a break is discount the price, such as this. This is Neighbouring Fields. Watch over the break on the website and grab yourself a bargain on blue quilt kits. I mean, look at that. $99.99. Bargains, bargain quilt kits coming up during the break. Have a look for those. Don't go anywhere because we've got the amazing Yvonne McAtamney with her block of the month coming your way right after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck! Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
I want to see first.
Yes, we're on the telly.
We're on the telly. We're excited.
I think we got a little bit distracted there, Yvonne, by our trolley dolly walking
We did.
past.
It was definitely an experience, that.
Stuart setting up his next
Don't
hour
give
and was
up the
offering
day
us-
job.
He was giving us an option of chicken or beef as we were going past on the trolley dolly. So yes, anyway, welcome back, Yvonne. It's lovely to see you.
Well, yes, because we haven't seen each other
I know,
in
you said,
years.
who are you? Who
yes,
are you?
well, yeah, to reintroduce ourselves, because when we were talking, we realised we haven't seen each other in over a year.
I know, it's
Isn't that
been so
ridiculous?
long, and you've been ever so busy. I know that you've opened another shop here in the Midlands.
Yeah, I've moved, you see, and a whole completely different way of life for me, because I get to stay in my own bed all week at home. My daughter's working with me, and of course we're just coming up to Quilt Fair, which is the show that I help organise in Belfast. So this day next week, I'll be in my working clothes, setting stands up over in Belfast, hoping that I'll have a nice cup of coffee and a tray bake off the trolley there.
Yes, lovely.
Yes. Over in Northern Ireland, they do wonderful tray bakes. No
chicken, no beef.
15s, millionaire shortbread, all that kind of thing.
Fabulous, fabulous.
So I'm really looking forward to that.
Anybody who's going up to see Yvonne, message in and let us know.
Oh, yes, please.
Now,
Meanwhile.
it is the first time I have seen this quilt, and wow, it is spectacular. It's completely different to any other block of the month that you've done before, isn't it? I mean, we're going to be learning so many different techniques. For one, I've never seen the folding technique that we're going to be doing in this block.
Yeah. Oh, this is my favourite block.
Oh.
Yeah. I've been telling everyone for 7 months that this is my favourite block.
So what are we going to be learning in this block?
So they're The lanterns are quite straightforward, so I'm going to just mention the lanterns. But then we have that like a little paper windmill, which is the top left-hand corner, so in the turquoise.
And
So
that's like a
folded.
folding.
That's folded and with little inserts.
Okay.
We again have the folded work on the sashing, so we'll deal with that. And then there's my favourite panel, which is the needle turn moon with the embroidered secondary little moon here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And we have some embroidery, some chain stitch and some back stitch, and this wisteria coming down. And I keep finding threads. Isn't that every quilter's nightmare?
Yes.
You're
Always
always
got
lifting threads from places. So what I wanted to do today was to concentrate on the windmill, the sashing, and my favourite panel. We're just going to say that the lanterns are straightforward, stick it on, stitch it on, applique. Or you can needle turn it. I know there are some ladies out there who are needle turning all of this, and they're making a lovely job of it.
Wow.
Because they've been posting on Facebook, which is lovely to
So
see.
are we now, you know, a good way through the quilt, aren't we? We've done all of the top two rows, and we're now on the final row, and then we've got our borders and our sashing.
That's right. So next month we're on the bridge, then which is month 8. Month 9 is the final geisha, and then month 10 you'll get all the fabric for the sashing and the 2 borders, including the that lovely floral one for those
And
falling
I think
blossoms.
this is unlike any quilt you will have ever made, actually, because it has so much interest to the eye, doesn't it? So I love this wisteria tree here. This is just gorgeous.
Oh, the willow, yeah.
The willow tree, sorry.
The willow, yeah.
The fans, everything. It's just beautiful. But even if you wanted to do this just as a singular block, you're not buying into a subscription here where you're paying month by month. You could just buy today's block and make that into a wall hanging, or
yeah, it could be a panel on a bag even for keeping your sewing in.
Yeah.
But what I think looks really nice is a series of 3 of them.
lovely.
As a hanging, because
Yeah.
you've got lots of thin, long places in your hallway usually.
Yeah.
And you don't have to put them in the same order as I have them. You could choose your 3 favourites.
Dawn's got hers. Morning, bought my block.
Yes, Dawn is doing a wonderful job.
Oh, have you seen Dawn's already?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we've been communicating. She had a little bit of an issue with last month's block, but we got her sorted.
Fabulous. This is what I love as well. I mean, you're obviously only a phone call or an email away as well, aren't you? Because all of the pieces you cut and
Unpack. Don't.
this is why I really advise you grab them during the show that they're on, because one of the questions was, oh, right, have we got block 1, have we got block 2 today? And you're going to do as much as you can as you go, but there are certain fabrics that aren't available, or, you know, once they're sort of gone, they are gone. So get involved today if you love this block, because the fabrics are beautiful,
Aren't they just gorgeous? There's a little piece of batik this month. We've always got a little bit of gold going on in here, and this is the green in here is the one that's causing me problems at the moment.
Right.
I
suppose you have to have it all tied together as well, don't you? There's a lot of thought that goes into
yeah.
it.
So, you know, there's green up in the top corner, and we're balancing it out with a little touch of green down the bottom corner here. You know, the geishas are in opposition to each other. One, you know,
A lot of thought and a lot of time has gone into it, and I'm not going to disrupt your beautiful display here too much, but let's...
You better not there, girl.
Because this takes a lot of packing as well. Look, as you can see, they're all laid out beautifully, ready to use.
When we pack, we like to be able to see each of the fabrics. Then it's a double check for us that we know we've got the right number of fabrics.
And
in
your
there.
background fabric, this is lovely. It's not a solid fabric, it's a white with a cream background, isn't it?
Yes, and it's a different background in each month.
Oh, lovely.
So again, it just adds interest, and over the months we've been experimenting with whether we're using the right side of the fabric or the wrong side. Because whenever we have a sashiko panel, you don't you want a little bit of interest in the background, but you don't want that design to overtake the stitching.
Yeah.
So if we had been doing stitching on this one, we would definitely be using the reverse side because it just gives you something but not too much.
Yes. Who is that, sorry, that's got all of them? Was it Jane? Jane in County Cork, she said, there she is. She says, morning ladies, I've got every block. The quilt is fantastic. And I suppose it's a bit of a masterclass in lots of different techniques that even if you're thinking, oh, I'm not confident enough to do all hand embroidery or all needle turn applique, you can sort of dip your toe in to a nice little bit.
There's enough of individuality about it that it will take different techniques in different places.
Yeah. And you've been to Japan, haven't you?
I have.
It's amazing, isn't it? Well, I've never been, but I would love to go.
Oh, if only it was closer.
Yeah.
If only it was closer. It was a very, very long flight.
And so within your kit as well, not only do you get your fabrics, what do we get this time?
Well, obviously, we have the colour picture in the front,
Yeah.
which helps for placements. We have lots and lots of words, which I will go through with you in a moment because there's just a couple of things I want to point out. Then, as always, we have our full-size templates, which are reversed already for using with fusible web, whichever bond web or heat and bond, whichever product you're using. You have your two circles for the moons, and then we have a black and white layout. So this is the layout diagram,
Right.
so that this one isn't reversed. So
Okay.
you've got your
Oh, that's brilliant. And that's all to scale as well again,
Yeah.
isn't it?
yeah, and you can basically lay your fabric over the top and just about see through.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, well, you can, yes, whenever I look on the screen. So that's why we did that one.
Oh, that's a really good idea. I've never seen that actually when somebody's done a layout diagram to scale. So you can literally position them perfectly.
We try and think of the things that are difficult for people to deal with. Because if you have a light box, then it's obviously, this is probably one of the months you might want to use it. But not everyone can afford a light box. So if you can't, then obviously you're kind of sorted and friction pen or a chalk marker, whatever marking tool you use, and you can just do some outlines on here. You don't need to do everything for the layout, but just give yourself some markers. And yeah, that is
Fab. That's what you get in your kit. And they are available today, $34.99. Loads of you already got it on pre-order. As I know there are, we say, a lot of customers who are coming in month by month and getting every single block. If you are just joining the block of the month, you haven't missed out on all of the blocks. There are still months on pre-order. There's 2, there's 4, there's 5 and there's 6 that are available on today's show. When we come to do the full roundup, we'll try and restock what we can, but do grab this one whilst there is stock available. There are less than 40 chances left though, so just be aware whilst we're doing the demo. Yes.
okay.
It is limited. Right,
It
so what elements do you want to show
That's
in
for
this?
you.
Thank
If
you.
I could just keep that in front of me.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Well, let me start with the written instructions, because as always, the first thing on the instructions are your cutting instructions. So we have we're going to start with the windmill.
Just bring it over slightly.
Yeah,
There we go.
pin,
Thank you.
right, well, I've called it a folded pinwheel. I just see it as one of those little paper windmills.
Yeah.
So it is made in 4 quarters. Of course, there's 4 if there's a quarter, yeah, you know. So that, in your cutting list, the first thing that's going to tell you to do is to cut 4 squares. That is a little unusual. What's that? Just sat
Oh, it's
finishing
lovely.
block
Just
6?
just ordered my 7th block at 8 a.m. I'm sat finishing block 6. I'm really loving this quilt. It'll be on my bedroom wall for Christmas. That's Andrea in Yorkshire.
Oh, well done you. Because if you keep up, it is very achievable each month.
Yeah.
I've always advised people to do some each month. Don't wait until you have everything.
No.
So anyway, meanwhile, back with my folded pinwheel. This is constructed in 4 squares that are joined together. So you're making it in quarters. So your background squares need to be cut. You will then trim, once you have assembled the block, you will trim it. And the trim size is not to a square. There's a 1/4 inch difference. You're going to trim to 5.5 and 5 1/4.
Right,
So read what it says on here, otherwise we're going to have pieces that are not the right size.
Okay.
I did have some mathematical considerations with this block.
So go by your sizing. It
Yes,
is correct.
It is correct. So shall we actually do
do
that?
it, yeah, go for it.
Let's go for that. So there are 3 pieces of fabric in each quarter. Let's take the words away and have that on there. Okay, that's just a little bit clearer to see. So we are going to fold you make 4 squares exactly the same. So what we're aiming for is one of those, okay? So we're going to fold this in half, and we're going to I think I might just...
Do you want me to be your pressing assistant?
Thank you
I'd
so
love
much.
to.
Yeah.
Have you seen this new fancy iron that we've got?
Well, it's very pink.
It's very pink.
It's very pink. Possibly a little bit pinker than I would. In your instructions, you have a diagram, so do not worry. Diagram. Oh, yeah, diagram. But I'll do that now. So I am folding my point up to my corner. Mm-hmm. Okay, I've done that the wrong way round, haven't I? Because that isn't the same as that. I need to put that in there and fold that to there.
Bit of origami going on.
Exactly. Okay. Now, you have 3 layers of fabric here, and you have 5 layers of fabric across this little piece here. Mm-hmm. So you do need to tack this in place, because when you come to join these squares together, there are too many fabrics. They will move as you try and stitch them. So I did thread a needle up. So you're going to just tack within your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay.
And I will try not to stick the needle in my finger. That would be... This is the sitting in your armchair doing this in the evening.
I've never seen this folding sort of technique. I suppose the closest I've seen that comes to it is like a cathedral window block, but I've never seen this.
It's a different, this is different. I don't know where else, it's, nothing is ever new in patchwork, but you don't see it very often, and of course I have to add a little extra bit in just to make it more.
So these stitches, do you take them out? They just stay within, yeah?
They stay within. So that is tacked in place, okay? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to fuss, because then you have choices really at this point. So what I'm going to do is just put a stitch in there, because I need to hold that point down, and hopefully my needle is not going to unthread itself. I didn't put a knot on the end.
So you need a knot in the end.
You need a knot on the end. I did actually put a knot on the end, but it wasn't a big enough knot. That's better. So just catching that in place. And that's that. On each of these, I have taken the time to curve back this fold. okay?
Okay.
So that is a roll it back. Going to pop a pin in it. And that's why you needed to catch this down. A little bit of a slip hem stitch along here will hold that curve in place. Hoping that a couple of stitches will hold this in place.
So then is this all hand stitched down? You're not going to be taking this to machine at all?
Oh, I will in a minute,
Yeah,
because
okay.
whenever we get to the joining the squares together.
But the actual, this section is
sorry.
all hand stitched. So that's, like you said, a really nice element to do, sitting on the sofa
Yeah,
of an evening.
Now, if you have arthritic hands or whatever, and you find this difficult, what you could do with this curved edge is to find a nice decorative stitch on your sewing machine and use that to just catch this curve down. So that becomes accessible for people who are maybe not hand sewers.
Yeah.
Right. So we now have a piece that looks like that. We're getting there, aren't we? Now, there's the fiddly bit, the really fiddly bit.
It's so effective though, doesn't it? Add really lovely texture and...
It gives you dimension,
That's
I
it,
think,
yeah.
by putting that additional colour in. So you have a little square.
And these fabrics are beautiful. I love this gold.
Me too. It's my kind of colour, isn't it?
Yes.
So,
Will you say this is your favourite block out of all of them?
oh yeah. And it's this particular panel with the wisteria. So all I'm doing with this is finger pressing this square in half and then in half again. I'm then going to bring this top corner down to my center fold on the bottom there, yeah? And the same again, down to there, yeah? Now, for the purposes of demonstration, I'm going to hopefully just push this in. I would normally tack this,
Okay.
but I'm going to push it in
At
there.
home, spend that extra minute just tacking it in.
So I'm going to do that. Now,
This is lovely. So you designed all of this,
well,
all of these blocks. And yeah, I mean, it's taken a long time.
It-
Are you,
it
are
was
you
about-
planning on doing it next year?
you have asked for another block of the month.
Oh, it's been
for next
so
year.
popular, but it must be really difficult to come up with lots of different
Oh, don't. And I'm
designs.
at the moment, I'm in design crisis. Do you know whenever you try and force yourself to do something, all these other ideas come to mind, but they're not suitable. But I think I may have found some embroidery to get me started, because you know Sunbonnet Sue? She's a very delicate little flower, and I think she might make quite a nice start to my next block of the month.
Ah, okay.
That's as far as it is at the minute.
That's as far as you've got.
Now, you have choices. With this, I am simply doing a running stitch across.
Do you use any particular weight threads when you're doing these sort of hand stitch projects? Do you use a 40 weight? Sorry, not 40.
50.
A 50 weight, just a 50 weight.
Yeah, this is a
I was
50
wondering if
weight.
you're using
Whenever,
a finer one.
well,
80
in a
weight
minute,
or-
that's a different,
Okay.
different question. If you have
Right,
a different
I'll ask it
answer,
again.
ask it
Ask
over
it
there.
again.
For this, I just have matched the thread.
Okay.
And I've unthreaded my needle, so I'm leaving that. So we now have another one of these that looks exactly the same as that.
Yeah.
You could, if you have time, also curve back that folded line,
Oh, lovely.
but maybe it's a step too far. So what you're going to do now is attach that to that. Okay.
Right.
So this is where you go to the sewing machine, and you're very grateful that you have tacked. Now, where do I start? which end do I start
Would
at?
you start on the chunky end?
I do. I tend to.
Just so then you know that that's all held together, I suppose.
But I always make sure I have a pin in the end because, again, you have been manoeuvring these bits of fabric and spot the deliberate mistake.
Yeah.
It's double check your cream fabrics.
Okay.
That you are consistent
side
with,
together.
well, you're consistent with using either the right side each time.
Because it's a subtle difference, isn't it?
It is on this one because I am using a different cream fabric to the
okay.
one that's in the, because this is the one I happen to have.
So just check that you're being consistent with it.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
And it doesn't matter if they're all the wrong side, as long as they're all the wrong side. I would suggest that if you haven't done so by now, it's probably time to change your sewing machine needle.
Right, okay.
If you haven't done it
Well, you've
in
probably been
recent
doing
times.
8 hours or so of sewing, haven't you?
Yeah. So, quarter of an inch seam.
It manages fine going through those layers, doesn't it? Though, would you normally put a walking foot on at home?
I wouldn't put a walking foot on because there's such a little bit. This machine's not liking it, but let's lengthen the stitch. Let's give it a little bit of help with the stitch.
Oh,
Okay, I can do this.
don't worry. Whilst you're just rejudging, seeing if it needs a little
Yes,
helping hand.
Yes, I'm moving on. Moving on.
Just so you know, the kit for all of the blocks, remember you've got the lanterns, you've then got the folding techniques through here. This is the certain block that we're working on at the moment. And then you've also got this beautiful wisteria moon. Even if you're dipping your toe into a Village Fabrics block of the month and you're only getting this, it's Yvonne's favourite, this is month 7, but this could be part of anything. I mean, just this section could be part of a bag, or you could make this into a wall hanging, or you could use the elements separately. You get all of the fabrics that you need to create the whole block, but then once you've got those templates and patterns, you can repeat these in different fabrics. £34.99, I love that. And if you are getting involved in the whole block of the month special, you are creating the most spectacular quilt that has so many different techniques and different elements. It really is a full masterclass on quilting. But I love the fact that it's not repetitive. A lot of quilts that you might be involved in at the moment do have that production line of cutting hundreds of half square triangles. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
Make 31 of these, 45 of those,
which also, there is a place in your workroom potentially for that. But if you want to sit and focus each month on something different and different lovely little elements, but then still create the most amazing quilt.
Yeah,
I even love the borders, Yvonne. They're amazing. I've not seen borders like this before.
I'm very happy with the borders.
Yeah.
The border, that's the second attempt at the border because I wasn't happy
There is
with the
so
first
much
one.
work that goes into this, and it's just £34.99 for your pack. All of your fabrics are there. They're beautiful quality quilting weight fabrics. You know that when you buy any of the kits from Yvonne. They are all top quality. Full instructions, templates to scale, all to size. You don't need to enlarge any templates. We are now oversubscribed in baskets. Oversubscribed. We started with hundreds of these. We now have less than 30, and over 50 of you have got it in your basket. This is probably one of those kits, again, that you might struggle to cut.
I'm having
anymore.
problems with that green.
It's lovely as well,
It
that
isn't a
green.
very big piece, but
If you do want your wisteria moon, the lanterns, this folded beautiful square, it's going to go. It is going to sell out today. Keep checking out. I know that we watch in depth, of course, but when the designer is telling you that is their favourite block, I think that counts for a lot, doesn't it?
okay. So you have quite a fat bit to get through,
Okay.
and
Do you think our machine just struggled slightly with the amount of it, or was just
It did.
just didn't play ball?
We're
all right.
I'm fingers crossed. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, it looks okay on this side, and that's the important thing. Now,
Would you press those seams open,
yeah,
or
in this
because
instance,
normally
yeah.
in quilting we press them to the side? It's more dressmakers, isn't it? You've
But
got a lot of
because we
bulk.
have such a lot of bulk here, and if you just get your thumb
Okay.
in the middle and start distressing and breaking up those fibres, then you will soften that centre. Could I trouble you? Do you
Yes,
think,
I will
to
open
press
them.
those?
Yep, you go on.
I have
Next
been
section.
okay.
Don't watch me.
I have been known to hit it with a hammer.
Good idea. Or
exactly.
tease them open with a bit of a, one
Yeah.
of the pressing tools, you know, the clover
Oh,
roll.
it's more satisfying with the hammer.
Hammer or hammer it.
Okay, with again, I want to just highlight the cutting instructions for the sashing, because there are two different sizes of sashing cream on cream fabrics to cut, and you're going to do 10 of one size and 3 of the other size. So the 10 are going to be the thinner ones that are going to run down through the middle of the block, and the slightly fatter ones are going across here. And this is all about making everything fit together, okay? Because we have this long panel of lanterns down the side. Then this is your filler between the 2 smaller blocks on the left-hand side. Now, the needle turned circle for the moon in the background. There are different ways of doing this. This square, thank you.
I know you normally have a fantastic assistant in your workroom on a Monday, don't you?
I
lovely
do.
Little Alice?
I have my granddaughter. We don't let her at the iron yet.
But she passes you the pins.
She passes me the pins. Now, this is too big, okay? This square
Okay,
is
so this
too
will be
big.
trimmed down.
So this you're going to trim down, but you're not trimming it square. There is a 1/4 of an inch difference.
Okay, so that's not a typo, that is correct.
It is
Do
correct,
it to the
yeah.
right measurement.
And that will sit in that position. You can see it's too big because this panel.
Yeah.
So you need to trim that down. So in moving on, and the instructions for the moon are going to give you one method of creating your square, your needle turned moon. I do mine slightly differently, so I'm going to show you another way of doing it.
Okay.
Okay, so I draw out using a Frixian pen and a circle. You've got the circular template, and I draw the friction line on the right side of the fabric, not
Okay.
on the wrong side,
Yeah.
so that I can see the line that I want to achieve. I then cut a scant 1/4 of an inch. It's maybe, you know, it's less than that. I don't know what's less than that. It's more than 1/8, but less than 1/4. And I sit very quietly and I tack this in place. And I'm just turning to that line and I'm gently easing it. And I'm taking, like that's probably a 1/2 centimetre stitch.
Okay.
Okay. The method that is more familiar and is in the instructions is to create a cardboard or a plastic template, do a running stitch around the outside of the fabric and draw that up around the plastic. Very achievable. It's just you then have to get the plastic out.
Right.
And for me, I like doing it this way. Now, you can't do this with a tight circle, but this is really quite a gentle
curve, yeah.
Okay, so I am just going around, and that is how I have done this circle.
Right.
The circle of course, is now all has a stretchy edge, hasn't it? 'Cause
Right.
the whole circle is on a bias now. So you have to be quite gentle with it. I've still got my tacking in around the edge here, but I then take, and this is not the thread that I want to use, but never mind, I'll have to do because it's the one I've got. So
Go on then.
you're
So
going
what,
to ask me a question.
I am going to ask you, what sort of thread do you use for needle turn applique? Because the idea is that you don't see the stitching.
There are lots of options available. You can buy silk thread, which tends to be quite expensive, but very, very fine. You would get a 100 weight.
Really? I think the finest I've seen is like an 80 weight.
That would be the cotton.
Okay.
You get cotton, soft touch would
Yeah.
be 80. But while I do a silk
Oh,
thread,
lovely.
it's expensive and it is so smooth and so fine that it will just disappear into the weave of the cotton. But it is very slippery.
Okay.
So you are constantly pulling up your stitches.
Yeah.
So what I use, what I find that works for me is a 60 weight Metler
Right.
thread. And
So
they call-
heavier than the thread that you
No.
use in your machine?
No,
60
60.
weight. As the number goes
That-
up, it goes fine.
And there, yeah,
Okay.
with machine,
Yeah.
with threads, the higher the number, the finer the thread.
Right.
So I use a 60 weight.
weight.
So that is considerably finer, but not as fine
As your
as
silks.
and it has a little bit of resilience, this thread, where the soft touch is very limp. It's the only way I can describe it, sorry folks. And the silk thread is so fine, and I just get fed up.
So where are you stitching now to make this look,
So
invisible?
I've gotten my fold because I have turned this and tacked it down, and I have very carefully put my pins in at angles all the way around so that I am securing. I'm not going across, I'm going in. And my needle is going to be coming up in that fold. Now, this is not the right colour thread, but
For telly purposes.
for the purposes of telly. Well, some of this has been for the purposes of telly. I'm going to go vertically straight back down. I want the amount of thread that you can see to be as small as possible. And all of the slipping along that I'm going to do is going to be on the underside. And again, I'm coming up in that fold. So if I pull that,
Right.
yeah, so vertically straight back down, move along a little bit and catch
Just
that
catching
fold.
the thread on the fold.
Yeah, but that'll have to do. This is where it can be really fun with varifocals if you're not quite looking through the right. Back down, slide along the back, and again, this is probably a distance between stitches is probably about ½ centimetre. It's not very much. And I'm going to have to get that pin out the way. So this is giving you dimension because it's slightly raised up. Let's put that there. I'm tensioning what I'm sewing in my left hand here, so I have a taut background and I can go a little bit faster.
Yvonne, I know that you use a mixture of both. The lanterns are they Bonder Web? So what do you find the differences when you do a needle turned applique? What the finished?
This gives you this isn't flat.
Okay.
With the Bonder, the fusible web, whatever you're using, it is very flat. And of course you have options as to how do you finish those raw edges off, if you do a blanket stitch or a satin stitch.
I didn't know whether it was just more of a traditional technique or somebody who loves that slow process more. But does it actually change the texture and the depth of it then?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And that's why this is, the wisteria looks too flat if there isn't something behind it.
Yeah.
And whenever there is a little bit of something behind it, it just adds to the depth and the. Okay, that is me round there. So, of course, I was
Finishing it off, do you need to?
I'm just going to remember this is all going to be quilted. So
Okay.
While the back needs to be relatively neat, all I'm going to do is take a couple of loops back through the previous stitch and sort of basically tie a knot in it. Yeah.
We are way oversubscribed on the kit, by the way. If you've got it in your basket, this is it. Grab it whilst you can. I know that we love watching the demonstration, but just so you're aware, there are now 34 of you who've got it in your basket. It's a very, very busy show. I know a lot of people coming in before 8 o'clock this morning
yeah.
and getting there, making sure they've got them. Well done.
So I then thought I wanted to just do something else. Why not? You know, just because you can sometimes. And that's why you have a second circle in your instructions. And this is a matter of just drawing a line around the outside of that template and creating the circle. And
with a friction pen? Or?
With a friction pen. Yeah, I'll let you iron it off in a minute. Oh, exciting. Oh, no, you can't touch that.
No.
Don't. So this circle, I have then just drawn a line straight down the middle of it.
Okay.
And at 1/8 of an inch on either side, I've worked to the sides, all straight lines, apart from the one that is just on the edge of the circle because it needs to be the curved line. Yeah.
So it's all in the instructions, isn't it? These measurements.
I think so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Look at the picture. This is where the picture on the front probably gives you the best illustration there. So this is just a running stitch, and I have been coming down at the 1/8 of an inch until I'm just on that very last one.
On the line.
On the line, basically. And this one has to just curve a little bit to finish giving us that. There we go. We'll ignore all those noises, shan't we? Yeah, they've been a bit rowdy.
They are a noisy bunch next door, aren't they? Who's on there at the minute? I can hear them shouting.
Yeah, who's there? What's happening? So I'm just doing those. There's literally 3 stitches there. And I'm going to fasten that off. And that is that bit of embroidery out of the way. Then we're into the wisteria.
Oh, I do love the wisteria. It's so pretty.
Yeah, no.
And like you said, in front of the moon that has got this, it actually looks, when you look at it from, it looks like you've got wadding, like trapunto in the background, but you haven't. It's just because it's needle toned. Yeah, it looks really beautiful.
Thank you. So we now need to put the stem in for the wisteria.
So you've drawn this out again with a friction pen so you can see what you're doing, and then this is embroidered on.
Look at that. There was a loop. Hang on, look. Whenever these things happen, do not panic, even if you're live on air. Just
Telly sewing's very different though, isn't it?
Wow.
Don't panic.
Don't panic, Mrs. Mannery.
Let's say calm Yvonne down a bit.
No,
you're all right,
I'm good,
don't panic.
I'm good. Look, sorted. Right, all is well. So the thicker stem for the wisteria, which is the one that comes down through the middle, sort of runs across and down, is a very baby chain stitch. Now, I'm only using 1 strand of embroidery thread and I'm doing a chain stitch. So you have instructions somewhere early on to do chain stitch. And just...
You said this is a chain stitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there are instructions. You've already gotten instructions as to how to, and we've done this on a number of occasions recently, but this is about getting a main stem down through here. And I'm going through all the layers, and the sequence that I have used this morning is what you do. You don't do the chain stitch before you put the moon on.
Okay.
You're stitching through everything and you're coming to that main stem. Then, once you have that done, there are some what I would call tendrils.
Are we doing the whole of this in chain stitch?
The main stem.
Okay.
And that's where you're going to then put your little wisteria blossoms on. But coming out from the sides in a couple of places, we've gotten some little tendrils. And really, I've just drawn them in. So I want to have another one coming down through here. And they tend to curl a bit on the ends. So they've got little curls on their ends, yeah? And that I have done just with a back stitch.
Okay.
And all in, this is a light gold. You might want to be a little bit darker. You've already gotten some embroidery thread from month 4, I think it is. That is like an antique gold. That's already in it.
Oh, it's in the kit?
In the kit.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh yeah, look, month 4.
Okay.
Have a quick. Month 4
Oh, yeah, you
embroidery
have.
thread. So I think you could potentially use that.
There.
Or you could go psychedelic and use some of the purple ones that's in month 5.
Right, there's month 4, by the way. If you do want month 4, this was the one with the kimono.
And the teapot.
And the teapot.
Yeah.
Month 5, if you want to go a bit more psychedelic.
Yeah. Look.
This is gorgeous. With your koi carp, the fan, the
yeah.
willow tree. I think that's my favourite. I love this block. And you get all of your skeins, look, you get the embroidery thread and the fabrics. Are beautiful.
Yeah, and the ribbons here for making the fan.
Oh, wow. By the way, there is 5 of those. If you do want block 5, there are only 5 of those. And you'll have threads left over, obviously, to be able to incorporate into today's block as well.
Yeah. So the one thing that I'm going to leave this now because you're going to do some embroidery. You're drawing out, you're using your full-size template sheets. You're going to draw, that's your placement one. That's the one that says reversed for use with fusible web. So this is the wisteria you are going to draw onto your Bondo web and apply to the reverse of your fabric. There's the purple bits and there's the little green leaves. Then using your layout sheet, you're going to pop these on. Yeah, so that's going to go on there, and as you can see, you're going to have to eyeball the ones on here, but you can see all of the
Definitely get yourself a light box if you need to. We've got the A3 light box, which is brilliant. It is really good. It's so lovely and slim and lightweight. And especially as we're heading into the winter months, the amount of times you've probably held things up to the window or relied on that daylight. Whereas with this, it's an LED light and they are fantastic. I know Ollie, he went to art college and he says that is an amazing price on a light box that size. They are brilliant. If you, like you said, Yvonne, if it is a luxury, if you could afford to do it, it's really going to help.
It's a really useful tool.
You'll use it a lot more than you think you're going to use it, actually.
So I want to just, as always, we go over how you make the sashing. This
is lovely.
I know.
Again, these are the folded triangles that we did in the block. Okay.
Slightly different, but slightly in that all that we're doing this occasion is a fold. Oh, do you want? Go on, have a press.
Yes,
go on,
I will.
Have a press.
I won't get rid of your wisteria.
That moon is going to look gorgeous without its.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. I've done it without getting rid of your wisteria. Doesn't that look amazing?
Isn't that just, again, it adds to the depth.
It does.
So with our sashing this month, we have rectangles instead of squares as our background. Previous months we've had squares, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
We've had lots of little squares, so with really tiny squares.
So all of them that have got the sashing have got a similar folding technique, but same but different.
Similar but different, yeah?
They're gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah, I was really having to get inventive by month 8.
Yeah.
So we are folding our little square. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't quite do it the same way as I do, but whatever way you do these little squares on the rectangles, they have to be all exactly the same. Otherwise, they don't fit together. Otherwise, you can't put that beside that. There, as always, there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. And check that you are using the right side of your fabric, I would suggest, for the sashing. In the block, what have I done? I've used the wrong side for the lanterns. I've used the wrong side for the wisteria, the right side for the pinwheel, and the right side for the sashing. So it's basically half and half.
And that actually does make a difference in terms of dimension as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, sometimes there are happy accidents, but this, you know, the first time it happened, it was a happy accident, but to then suddenly...
Just bring your hands forward slightly, thank you.
But to suddenly then have the understanding to look at both sides gives you another option. So I'm popping these on opposite corners of the rectangle. Yeah. Again, you need to tack these in place because you're joining them together. I won't do that just now, but perhaps I'll just sew that together.
Yeah.
Because you can see that that is going to fit along there. That will fit in there because, again, this is too big.
And remember, you need to trim down the pinwheel.
You really need to, because this pinwheel is currently at like 6.5 inches, so you are going to take a good inch and a bit off all sides here, and that will sit there. But you want to pin the middle of this. Now, you need to tack them because you are overlapping a little bit, so you would have actually 6 layers you're going through in that middle, the very middle of that little seam, which is actually not a very long seam. But what I found worked with this machine just now was to lengthen the stitch considerably.
Well, I think some of the machines, especially the large ones, the 680, I know the patchwork goes right down to a 1.8.
Oh, that's...
As a...
Yeah, that would be if you were foundation piecing.
Yeah, if you wanted to perforate, paper, but...
But I was at 2.5, I'm normally at 2.4 on this machine, and I actually popped it up to 2.8 whenever I was stitching this
through
early.
multiple layers.
But I think part of the problem is that the feed dogs are struggling to get hold of the fabric here because they are little bits. Because I do little bits, unfortunately, or fortunately. These seams I've also been pressing open.
Okay.
Or my glamorous assistant has
Yes,
been.
I can press open again.
Yeah. Can you?
And is that, again, just to reduce the bulk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just keeps it all a little bit flatter because we have that overlap here, yeah?
Okay.
Well done, thank you. So you have an option here. I haven't because I thought it was a little bit too much, but you could curve those back.
Oh, lovely. It depends how much time you've got to spend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you do that, then you start to get a lovely oval shape.
Oh, that would change it completely, wouldn't it?
If I can curve that back and do that, and do that over there as well.
How many people have we got in baskets now, Ben? He's saying, yeah, we are way oversubscribed. If you have not yet checked out, it is the time to do it. I've just noticed the time and we are literally got a minute or two left.
Yeah, so that was me just showing you what a little oval is going to look like. It adds a different shape to that sort of lozenge shape. Suddenly we've got
More of an
an
oval.
oval going on.
Gorgeous.
Just ideas.
Thank you ever so much. I know that the time has flown by, but
No,
they're all the
These are the
elements.
These are the difficult bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll love it though. I just think that every single part of it is just really enjoyable. Learning so many different skills throughout as well, and you've got everything within your pack. You've got all the fabrics that you need. You've got your fill instructions. You've got your templates there, full size templates.
Diagrams for folding, so that you don't have to remember. You can obviously put me in your living room again if you feel you need
This is
to.
it, exactly. Watch back today's show, jot down today's date, and you can see all those techniques and tips as well that Yvonne's given throughout. So this is month 7. This is the Lanterns and Wisteria Moon. It's beautiful. Yvonne's favourite.
It is.
Grab all the other months as well. There is month 2, month 5, month 4, month 6. They are all available underneath us on the website, but they are all very, very limited. On this one, we have got about 20 people missing out once everybody has checked out on one. So just be aware, if you are going to check out over the break, I don't know how easy it is to restock this.
And I wasn't expecting that. The green is a problem. We would probably have to change that little bit of green.
Okay.
But potentially we could, because it's not a big piece of fabric.
Yes, grab it whilst you can though. This is it.
Yeah, yes.
£34.99 for your kit of month 7. Thank you ever so much.
Wow.
Next hour, we've got loads of wall hangings as well, haven't we?
We have.
The horses, the cats.
And those
flowers.
little log cabins.
Oh yes, they're
love my little log cabins.
Love the watercolour one.
Yeah.
They're going to be brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
Well, I'll see you shortly.
Don't go anywhere because we have got Stuart Hillard eagerly awaiting in the wing. William Morris, massive quilt. We're going to discount it, so stay tuned. It's already flying on pre-order. I'll talk all about it in a moment, but don't go anywhere. Check out on your kit, and we're back after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck! Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Hello, Stuart.
Hey, hiya, it's good to, I don't know why I felt the need to do that dance.
So many people
It's
have
good to be
messaged saying
back.
they can't wait to see you.
Oh, can I
You've
come over
had
to your side for a minute?
Come on
Hello, my
over.
lovely.
Let me. I'm not gonna be lazy and sit down. I'm gonna stand with you. So, how was Festival of Quilt?
Oh, it was amazing. And can I just say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you everybody that came and said hi, gave me a hug. And
Well, I heard on
bought me a new
Thursday you were
book
like
or-
a cute concert
constantly all day. Didn't even have time for a cup of tea or anything.
didn't, no, but it was absolutely wonderful from start to finish. The buzz, the energy, the enthusiasm. And if you didn't get to Festival of Quilts, I missed you. Next year, please, please.
And so you are going to bring the book here as well, because it's sold out at the Quest Festival.
That was just a little preview, what we call a soft launch. But then we're doing a big hard TV launch on the 1st of September, which is still 2 weeks earlier than its actual publication date. And so I'm going to be going to the warehouse with my pen and my wrist support because I've got a lot. Yeah, I'm going to be signing every single book that we sell on launch day. So if you want to get yourself a signed copy and weren't at festival, that's your chance. Pop it in your diary.
So you've had a busy few weeks, haven't you?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's been amazing.
Now, you're here for the next 3 days, aren't you? And you've got 3 really exciting days with us. Starting today, I mean, the 2 shows that you've got with us today are amazing.
Yes, absolutely loving vintage beauty. It is so beautiful.
The only problem is that we are super limited. There are less than 100 of these, which I know sounds a lot, but it's really not, because this is, for me, the absolute, like, heirloom, beautiful, heritage, everything that I think of when I think of quilting.
Me too.
Classic quilt, that's what you want.
But also, Vix, I think it's also got, now this seems like an oxymoron, but I think it's got quite a modern look as well.
Right.
Because it's got that kind of, you know, the frame squares, which is quite a modern take on patchwork. And then it's got your piecing in the sashing rather than in the block. So I actually think that's really quite fresh and quite a modern interpretation of a patchwork quilt. But still, as you said, rooted in tradition, very classy, very.
Border.
It's the border fabric. Can we have a look?
Yeah,
at
shall we come over? I'm coming over with you.
Is...
We've had everybody, by the way, upstairs in the office saying this is the best one we've ever had. I absolutely love it. I think it's one that we all agree is our fave.
It is absolutely gorgeous. Just have a look at that border print. It is so beautiful. It is classic, sort of briar rose. Really, really beautiful.
Now, if this is somebody's, you know, first really big quilt, in terms of construction, and it's something achievable.
You couldn't pick better.
Because it's a big quilt, isn't it?
I mean, it's a big quilt.
Nearly 2 metres.
It's not.
192? No, 175.
Yeah, 175 by 216. So this is a good size for a double bed or a queen.
Brilliant.
So you can absolutely make bigger than this. But if this was going to be your first bed quilt, then this would be an ideal choice. You've got some really simple but very effective piecing.
Well, I see squares, quarter squares.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you've got this, your main block is a framed square, which really shows off the fabric beautifully.
Yes, it does.
But is also incredibly easy to achieve. So actually, you could spend a weekend making the framed squares. There are 12 of them. You'd easily do that in a weekend. Your sashing, which is where and what I love about that sashing, actually, is do you see here, where you actually get a star appear, but then because of the blue points, that star almost explodes down the sashing.
Oh, yes. So you're seeing then this bigger star here, the smaller star. Do you know,
and
this
you
is
see
a
that
quilt,
more when you stand back.
Yeah, you do. You see so many different elements to it. I love this slim border as well of this beautiful blue vine. And there's no solids. Even your border, your binding, it's all William Morris.
It's all William Morris. Your background cream is all William Morris. And it gives it a really lovely warm feel, doesn't it? This is just... For me, this is the quilt I want from September onwards.
Oh, gosh, yes.
You know, those slightly chillier nights where I'm going to start to pull a quilt on and then maybe kick it off halfway. You know what I mean? But I want the quilt there. This is my September quilt moving into October, November.
Now, Ben, we have absolutely... By the way, we've got so many of you who've already checked out. We've got so many of you who've got it in your basket. We know how much you're going to love it. So we've negotiated the most amazing, amazing deal. I did tell everybody at the start of the show because I didn't want people to, you know, miss out on this because it is going to sell out today. If you want it, we've put it on split pay. It's not just 2 split pay, 4 split pays.
4 split pays is great.
Brilliant. We're going under £200, which is absolutely crazy. Over £50. Not just staying at 199 though, 179.
Right.
Now this is where you've got to check out now. Don't wait for the demo because
Well,
it is gonna
remember
fly out.
too, 175 by 216, so that's more than 2 metres in
Wow.
length. Ben, what's that in inches, please? 175 by 216. Like I say, it's a double, it's a queen size. It's going to, I mean, actually, this would work beautifully thrown the other way over a king-size bed.
Wow, yes, yeah. It
Sort of
would.
landscape over the bed.
Now, you get your instructions, you get
they're
your
all
diagrams,
included.
they're included, and then inside the box,
Big old chunk of fabric. know.
all wrapped beautifully. So if this is your first big quilt, I mean, it's amazing. 85 inches by
68.8.
really good size.
It is a good size. The thing is, that is a big quilt, but equally, that's not enormous.
It's not daunting. If you are thinking of quilting this yourself,
Yeah.
there are options of quilting this. I mean, personally, I'd be thinking of potentially getting this sent off, but I don't think they've done any fancy long-arm quilting
This is
here.
literally, I'll show you how it's been quilted. This is a walking foot, and this is literally stitched in diagonal lines going either side of the hourglass blocks. So basically what the quilter has done here is to use a piece of masking tape, lay that masking tape 1/4 of an inch away from the seam line and run it straight through this block. Because when that's done in 4 directions, you end up with a square on point in the centre of this, perfectly quilting this as well. Now that is something that a complete beginner could do absolutely wonderfully successfully, just as this has been quilted. Now I think
They've done a bit of free motion around the border.
a little bit of free motion in the border. Now again, you don't need to. You could have
carry on that
extended those lines straight out into the border. That would work. You could also just do sort of 1/2 inch from here all the way around.
Okay.
And 1/2 inch in from the binding, and that would be enough. All walking foot. And because it's, so you're going to have to get less than 35 inches of quilt into your sewing machine. That is nothing.
Oh, great.
That is nothing.
So on your domestic machine, you'll be fine quilting
Any domestic
this.
sewing machine, you could quilt this. And because you're going from one side to the other, it's one straight line. There's no turning until you get to the end of the line of quilting. So yeah, have a go at that.
Over half the stock has gone. If you've got it in your basket, you've got it on split pay today, all you are paying is $44.99 to get this home. I love this fabric.
I know, it's absolutely, and you get such a beautiful quantity of that one too.
Yeah, you get loads
You really
of
do.
this.
That's your big border. And
This
the
is your
thing is as
background.
well, you know, they're really showing off that print in a nice wide border.
Yes, absolutely. Then this one's your background fabric.
Yeah, so that one's used in the background of all of your hourglass blocks and all round here, yeah.
And then we've also got this beautiful red. I mean, look at how rich and regal that is.
Yeah.
And then this has been framing the squares and the centre of those stars.
That's right.
On your sashing.
That's right, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is this your binding as well?
Yeah, it's the binding as well.
Fabulous.
Like
Use on
you
the
said,
binding.
they could have popped in a solid for that,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something else, but instead you've got beautiful William Morris quilt, even for your binding.
The gold. Where's the gold?
The gold. So
being
the gold
used?
is creating these gorgeous subtle star points in your sashing,
yes.
these hourglass or
Yes.
quarter square triangle units.
And then this fabric, I've never actually seen before.
Lovely, isn't
by the
it?
½ metre. I don't know whether we've sold this fabric individually. It's gorgeous.
It's really gorgeous.
This is and it's all free spirit fabric, so it's
Yeah.
lovely quality. Because I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and say it, because obviously when you're looking at William Morris prints now, lots of different designers are using those prints, and they might not be printed onto
Absolutely correct.
top quality fabric. So just be aware when you are looking at that elsewhere. This is free spirit fabric. So anyone who's worked with Kafes or Tulas, then you know the
That's
quality of it.
That's right.
And then this is beautiful. Look.
I love what they've added to this one. So this is that classic willow bough.
Yeah.
But look at this wonderful, almost like little tan bubble texture in the background. It's really cool. And there's also veining in all of the leaves as well. So it's really detailed.
We're going to go through any of your questions. We're going to work on the block and show you the rows constructed. So we're going to go through it all. So don't be daunted if this is your first big quilt.
Yeah, I'm going to show you the whole thing.
Brilliant. OMG, how did I just buy this this stunning quilt kit? Because it's gorgeous, Jane.
Jane,
You need it.
Yeah, it is absolutely lovely, isn't it? It's absolutely lovely.
I checked out on this. It'll be my first ever
Oh,
quilt.
Chrissy, well done.
She says, loving the show, you're both fabulous. Oh, I love being on with Stuart. It's not very often that we get the chance to be together. And I love being on with Stuart.
Lovely, I enjoy it too.
I learn so much when I'm on with Stuart. I met Stuart at Festival of Quilt. He's very kind. I've enjoyed reading his new book. That's from
Oh, Carol, thank you. You're part of a very, very special and exclusive
Elite
club
club.
at the moment, because there are only a few. I actually came away from Festival of Quilts without my own personal copy. Right. So, yeah, I had to, until yesterday, I in fact managed to get one more from my publisher for me, but I didn't have a copy of my own book.
Chrissy, there you go, you're rereading it, and Stuart didn't even have one. Stuart, did Charlie have a good birthday? Oh, yes, it was his birthday yesterday.
It was his birthday yesterday. Yes, he did, thank you. But we're also celebrating in style tomorrow. We're doing Charlie's birthday bonanza show here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So that's going to be rather lovely.
So has he travelled down with you this morning then?
No, he's travelling down this afternoon. And then, so we're going to have a proper birthday meal out tonight.
Oh, lovely.
So, yeah, that'll be lovely.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Jane.
Right, just a quick stock update. There are 59 of you who have got this in your basket.
You don't have 59 kits, nothing like.
Right, I'm going to pop this in the box and I'm going to go over and we'll start constructing and talking about how we do this. Because it is a really achievable but spectacular quilt. I feel like this is going to go walkies. Hayley's got her eye on this, our sales manager. Everyone in the office has been absolutely cooing all over it. It's just amazing. And I think actually when you've done this once and you've got your pattern, I think this is one that you're going to come back to time and time again.
You mentioned
this
Cave, you mentioned Tula, can you imagine? Fussy cut.
Anything that you want to frame beautifully, show off some of your favourite fabric.
Also, wouldn't this be lovely if you did something like machine embroidery in these centre squares, or hand quilting, or
photographs?
That would be really nice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to go over.
Really good pattern.
So, what are you going to show us then, Stuart?
Okay, so we're going to start off with the framed square. Okay, so this is your block, I suppose. All right, this is your block. And very, very simple to do, all right? So we're going to start off with that beautiful sort of field of flowers fabric. You know those sort of medieval tapestries where they sort of almost show every plant in Christendom all in one tapestry? You know,
it does have a direction to it, doesn't it?
It
so
does.
You'll be mindful of that.
Yeah, be mindful of that, and also be mindful that when you're putting them into your quilt, you probably do want to keep this print all the same way up. Now, you're going to start off by cutting that centre square, which is 9.5 inches square. And you have enough fabric that you can centre your designs. So I just wanted to start by showing you how you would centre a design. So
Debbie messaged you, by the way. She says that she couldn't get anywhere near you at Festival of Quilts, but she saw you from a distance.
Oh.
That's Debbie.
Oh, bless you, Debbie. Oh.
Morag says, hi, Vicky and handsome.
Thank you.
Stefania says, morning, Vicky and Stuart. What a stunning quilt and fabrics. I see Stuart has dressed to match the fabric.
I have actually.
Looks fabulous. And Sharon said, I met Stuart at Festival of Quilts and I got my hug. Also, happy birthday to Charlie.
Oh, that's so kind. Charlie was absolutely thrilled to bits with all of the birthday messages. He was bowled over. He's a very, very modest and shy person, really. You know, he doesn't put himself out there like that. But he felt really loved. So thank you very much. So I just wanted to show you how you're going to centre a motif. So we're doing a 9.5 inch square. So we want half of that, which is 4 3/4, okay? So we're counting 1, 2, 3, 4 3/4, and then I'm going to line that mark up with whatever I want to centre. And in this case, it's that centre stem on this dandelion. You know, we often talk about Tula Pink, sort of celebrating the less loved images in this world. So Tula, we think of as being quite groundbreaking in featuring things like slugs and frogs and snakes on her fabric, often hidden.
Yeah.
But William Morris tucked in things like dandelions into his designs, you know, which are weeds to most, you know. So I'm just turning my mat around. So I've made my cut. Top
What
and
size
side.
rule is that you're using then?
So I'm
that
using,
looks quite handy.
It's a really handy one for this actually. It is the Creative Grids 12.5-inch square ruler.
12.5 inch, okay.
Yeah, and rather useful. Now I'm just going to cut a little bigger than my 9.5 inches because I mean, you could really labour over getting things exactly just so. And you can see there, it's not quite a square yet, but I can trim the top and bottom just to get things a little central. I could pick a motif in the centre if I wanted to, but you know what? Pretty much I'm doing this now by eye. I wouldn't try and get the flower in the very centre by eye. I'm going to measure that. But everything else,
Looking
I'm
at the
really
finished
just
quilt
gonna
though,
do.
they haven't done that. They haven't fussy cut a flower to be in the centre.
Not really.
No.
No, they've just made sure that things are straight.
Yes.
You
that's
know,
good.
if the flowers were on the wonk, that would be quite noticeable. So on the wonk, love that. Right, so there's my square, and that's quite pleasing, isn't it?
Oh, you make me laugh. Yes.
Giggling at now. Right, so next thing, I want to cut some of my gorgeous terracotta fabric. I thought this was a really good quilt to actually just cut from scratch, because we don't do enough of that on air.
Yes, please, because it is daunting. I mean, you've got a lot of fabric there, haven't you?
Yeah.
And when you're cutting from full width of fabric,
Right.
do you find that you need to straighten up your edge?
You do need to straighten up your edge, but also you know, if you've got a full-size cutting mat, then you can put the whole piece of fabric folded selvage to selvage on your mat.
Okay.
But I'm using an 18-inch square rotating cutting mat, which isn't big enough to do that. So I'm just going to show you a little tip.
Now, you've got your salvages at the bottom there.
Yep, selvage at the bottom. I've got the fold at the top, and I've lined that up with a line on my mat. Now, I never use my mat for measuring, but I will use it for straightening fabric.
Why is that? Is it because they're not that accurate? Or?
Over time, your mat will become less accurate because you'll cut into the lines, whereas your ruler remains accurate forever. You know?
You're all right to keep it, you know, just as a bit of a guide?
It's fantastic as a guide. It's fantastic as a guide. Just don't rely on it for actually measuring. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold my fabric up, and then I want another fold, and that needs to also be on a line on the mat.
Right, so that's sitting really lovely and flat. All your layers are
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
And I kept the mat on top just to keep things kind of square and true.
Right, so don't be daunted, you know, if you haven't got the biggest space and a massive mat.
Exactly.
It still can be done by folding it.
A line on the ruler at the top, a line on the ruler at the bottom.
Yeah, nice sharp blade.
Nice sharp blade. Then I can do my clean-up cut. Pile everything onto your mat. Don't move your fabric. Move your mat. Okay. And if necessary, you could swivel your whole mat round if you had to, you know, if you haven't got a rotating mat. But if you have, then happy days. And then I just want a 1.5-inch strip. And then, Vix, I get to do a bit of sewing, and I get to use this fabulous iron. Teasing
I can't believe you've not
me.
seen it yet. Oh, it's brilliant. Tomorrow you've got the mini one.
I do.
I don't know whether I should
mini.
tell everybody that, because it is going to, honestly, there are hundreds available, but I think that is going to be a sellout. It's the little mini one. It's amazing.
It's the mini Tula iron, isn't it? Look. Love it.
This is the big boy. It's $164.99. It's still a TV exclusive. It's on, is it on split pay? I'm waiting for the little drop down to see if five-way split pay, which was supposed to be the introductory offer. You can still get it on 5-way split pay, and it is brilliant. It's not a gimmick. It's not, you know, any different to the normal Aliso. It is just, well, if Tula's going to put her name to it, you obviously know that it is a quality iron. But not only does it have that amazing, smart, lift technology. It also has the amazing steam functions. It's got the extra large water tank. It's really lovely and lightweight. It glides across your fabric and it presses really, really well. But what I love about the Tula Pink is just that it's so fun.
It's
Let's
gorgeous.
face it, pressing, I know it's an essential in the sewing world, and it's not the
Vix, you've hit the nail on the head.
But
You've hit the nail on the head. I always say to people, you've got to find something about every process to love.
yeah,
You can't hate any process in quilt making because you do everything lots of times. So if you
true.
fall out of love with anything, find something. And if that's buying a gorgeous, pretty, fun iron,
look at that. Yeah.
and that makes ironing more fun, do it. Do it. Right, okay, so I have cut out my 1.5 inch strips and I've got a couple to go top and bottom. Now this is where you really, really, really do not need to be worrying about direction in your fabric. Do you know, I don't think I cut the fold off there. Rookie error, isn't it? Let me just cut that little fold off. There we go. So I've got 2 for top and bottom and then 2 for the sides.
fabulous.
Okay, now,
Yeah.
I know the temptation might be to just kind of flip that and just sew and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But honestly, 9.5 inches is long enough for that fabric to move.
Right, so you would
And
pin
so-
this.
I would pin. Even if you just put 1 pin at the very end, better than nothing, but even better than that is 1 at the end and 1 in the middle.
Like you said, this isn't a really difficult quilt with lots of different elements. So those pieces that you might, as an experienced quilter, you might be like, oh, you know, I'll just wing that, I'll do
Yeah.
that. These are the things that actually spend those extra minutes just
Exactly.
making perfect.
Yeah, your whole block is only this twice, done twice.
Yeah.
The block's made. I've made patchwork blocks that have got, you know, 124 pieces in them. And you know, that takes time. This doesn't take time, so you don't need to cut any corners here.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh,
Right.
look at your machine. It's the
I
first time I've
know.
seen this.
bit
What
low.
model is that you're working on?
So this is the new Brother NV 1100.
Okay.
Which is fabulous.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to have this on the
12
show.
o'clock. Well, it's been on twice and it's sold out both times it's been on.
I know it
So I'm
has.
so pleased you're here, Stuart, because I want to know.
I'm going to give you a deep
Yeah.
dive.
Yeah, you're going to show us exactly why it's sold out every time it's
I know, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Is this
Well,
the one that comes with that big quilting sort of
you
kit
get
as well?
£160 worth of quilting kit with
So you
this
get your walking
free.
foot.
Yep.
You get your free motion foot.
Yep.
You also get an extension table and you get like a quilter's hoop, a guide, which we'll talk about as well in the 12 o'clock hour. All of that bundle is £160 worth. You get it for free today.
free,
So we'll
I
talk
know.
about that machine at 12, but this is the one that Stuart's using. Right, there are now less than 10 kits remaining. This is your final call. The 73 in baskets. This for me is a quilt that you can pass down through generations of your family. It's for me the heirloom quilt.
Yeah, and also, I'm just going to put it out there, and I wonder how many viewers at home agree, that this quilt, I think, would be really nice for somebody that doesn't want to quilt. And let me just sort of give you a reason why. Because it does feel classic, but it also feels a bit modern and fresh. It's got a simplicity of style to it
Yeah.
that means, like, I don't think anybody would go, oh, it's a bit fussy for me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit too much too. Oh, it's a bit feminine. Oh, it's a bit... Do you know what I
Right.
mean?
You're right.
It's got a lovely classiness to it.
I think that will go with any decor
I think
as
so
well.
too.
If you have lots of creams, beige, greys, reds, anything. I mean, actually, it would look gorgeous, like you said, from September as that really snuggly, lovely winter Christmas. It's got that lovely
Oh, you could
red
use
to
this
it.
anytime. Yeah.
You're right. It looks like, you know, when you watch Escape to the Country. You imagine that in a lovely, whether it be in a spare bedroom or
In a
your
nook.
bed. Oh, lovely.
Now, I just want to show you the sort of the value of pinning. So the ends of my strips are matched up. They stayed where they were supposed to be. And now look, when I bring my next strip on, it's an exact fit. So there's no tugging, there's no fudging, there's no finagling. It just fits.
Yeah.
And this is the dreams.
I really like that, because the amount of times, you know, you make a block and then they say, right, now you need to trim them all down, or now, oh, that block's a bit different to the other, so I'm having to, you know, try and make
Trim
it
this,
fit, trim
stretch that.
No, it all fits.
Yeah, if you're having to do any of those things, don't beat yourself up. And don't say, oh, I'm not a good quilter. You're a great quilter. Just, there's something you need to tweak. And it's probably either you're cutting, it's not quite as accurate as it needs to be, or you're piecing. You maybe need to just nudge your needle over a little.
Right,
or maybe
so
it's just your pressing.
in terms of setting up your machine to 1/4 of an inch,
Yeah.
I know with this machine you actually do get your 1/4 of an inch foot, your piecing foot,
Yeah,
don't
you get that included in your free £160 kit.
Do you think a foot like that helps you get your accuracy?
Yes, if it's good quality.
Okay.
But some of them that have a guard,
Yeah.
it can be very thin and flimsy, and it can bend over time. And also, it all depends, where are you matching your fabric? Is it just inside, just outside? Is it on the fabric? So actually, the best thing that you can do is to sew your seam on a couple of units. Don't measure your seam, because I've seen plenty of seams that measure a perfect 1/4 of an inch. But when you measure the unit or the block, it's not the right size.
Right.
So it's like, but I'm doing a 1/4 inch seam. I'm using a 1/4 inch seam foot. Therefore, I'm doing everything I can. Why isn't it work? Well, the thing is, don't question it, really.
Yeah.
If you're not getting the right size unit, move your needle.
Right.
Don't get a different foot. Don't try and you be any different to you.
Stuart, how do I move my needle?
Right, so all you've got to do, you can do this if it's a computerised machine, and most of us use a computerised machine. And it is simply using the stitch width adjustment on a straight stitch.
Okay.
So you just add or take away, and it will move, nudge the needle over in very small increments.
Yeah.
And that's the easiest way. And the thing then to do, Vix, is to write on a bit of washi tape, or
width
stick
you were at,
and stick it on your sewing machine.
Okay, good idea. That's such a
Perfect
good
1/4
tip.
of inch seam allowance.
Because that is
And
daunting,
that will make
isn't
all the
it?
difference. Yeah.
Because a lot of people talk about, you know, having your accurate 1/4 of an inch, and you've got to make sure that it is that for the block to fit. And I know all machines are slightly sort of different, aren't they? And do you know, someone actually, it's always stuck with me. You know when you're learning to drive and you do a reverse park, and you have something in the, I remember when I was learning, and they said, right, just pick a reference point on the car that you know, that's where you need to start turning your wheel or something.
Okay.
And it's like that, you get to know your machine.
Yes, you do.
Where you look on your machine, or where you line things up at, it could be different
It's
for
true.
each person.
But also, if you use different thread, different size needle, different fabrics, different thicknesses. Sometimes I find even the iron that I'm using can change the accuracy. So actually, it is really good practice to make a couple of units, and then before you start doing anything else, measure them.
Don't get stressed about it though. It's enjoyable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want it to be accurate, and you can afford to spend that time being accurate, because it is a simple block. Just so you know, there are now 4 left. This is going to sell out. If you want it, it's on 4-way split pay, which is amazing, of $44.99. Haven't seen a William Morris quilt like this for ages. I love it. Love it. Everybody does. We all have personal preference, don't we? And some quilts, you know, you might say, I love that. Might not suit my decor, or I love that one, but you know, it's not my colour palette. Whereas this, like you said, for anybody,
Absolutely.
any age, any gender, any, you know, wherever you're going to use it, it's going to be loved, isn't it?
Absolutely. Right, now, I've pressed that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to pop my ruler on top. This is a check that I do all the time. This is another reason to have this square ruler. Check your sizing. So it should be 11.5 inches square.
And it is perfect.
Yeah, and it's just those little checks. Now, this isn't about being nitpicky or a perfectionist. This is about ultimately making everyone's life easier and the process more enjoyable.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, we want our quilts to be flat when we quilt them. And if you've pulled and tugged and twisted and stretched, your quilt top won't be flat either. Right, now having done all of that, I'm now going to trim the block down. Okay? And we don't normally do this.
No.
But we actually only have, I'll show you on the finished block, look, that border is really thin. Yeah. Now you could, instead of cutting 1.5 inch squares, strips rather, you could just cut 1 inch wide strips and sew them on if you're a really accurate piecer.
Right, so they've actually given you more wiggle room.
We're going to trim it back.
Yeah.
We're going to trim it back so you've got wiggle room.
Okay.
But if you want to, you could just cut the strips to the right size. But the fact that there's some wiggle room is actually really helpful. Now, so I know that I need 3/4 of an inch on each side. So effectively, I'm cutting off 1/4 of an inch or thereabouts on each side. So I'm just going to quickly do that. So from here now, I can measure out 10.5 inches. And if you're happier to, you can just cut off a little slither here, a little slither there until it looks the right size. There we go. And then here's my last one. So actually, this is off to a great start because, you know, even if my block wasn't quite the right size, it is now.
Brilliant.
It is now. Right, so I've done that. Your last step then is to do the whole thing again with cream strips. And these are the same size, 1.5 inches, but we don't trim them back. And that's your centre block.
Brilliant.
All right? So that's how to do your centre block. So that's 2/3 of the quilt done.
Brilliant.
You know? And if you're keeping up and you think, yeah, I can do that, you can absolutely do this quilt.
Oh, I love that because I know that we always sort of, it's just human nature that you doubt yourself and you're like, oh, am I going to be able to do this? But if you look at it and you love it as much as we do, Stuart Hillard has given us all the confidence now to know we can do it. There's one left to be allocated, one left. If you thought you missed it, there's over 70 of you have put it in your basket. Who's going to get the last one? Sorry to be that person that is...
No.
But I really love it and I'm so thrilled for everybody. Please, 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 can you share pictures with us when you've done it?
It's lush, isn't it? And you know that we were talking about Festival of Quilts earlier on, and
did you get a chance to have a walk round and
a little bit?
Yeah,
a little bit, because I'm an early riser, and so what happens is I get to the Festival of Quilts every day at about 8:15 in the morning.
What time does it open to the public?
9:30.
Oh, okay.
So I can have an hour and a quarter, walk around on my own, basically. It's like having a private viewing.
Wow.
It's really nice. And
have you done it every year? Have you been there most
oh,
years?
No, because it's been going for 22 years.
Oh, yeah, you're not old enough then, yeah. You weren't there as a toddler, no.
No, I wasn't. They wouldn't have let me in, you see. No, do you know, I worked out the other day that I made my first proper bed patchwork quilt.
Yeah.
Didn't do that so well. 31 years ago.
31.
31 years ago, I made my first patchwork quilt. I did my first patchwork 47 years ago.
What?
I know. Yeah. 47 years ago, I did my first patchwork because my teacher, Miss Jenkins, had a hexagonal patchwork quilt top in her cupboard at school and fabric. And if you finished your work early, you were allowed to do hexagons. So she taught me how to do English paper piecing, and I sat there sewing hexagons to this quilt top.
That's what I love about, you know, teachers that have that you know, that memory within, make that impact.
Well, in part, I dedicated my first book to her. Because she was so influential, she taught me how to spin. We had a spinning wheel in the classroom. I know. And I was born in the 1850s, Vix. We were being trained for industry. No, we had a spinning wheel, and we had wooden drop spindles, you know, the hand drop spindles, and fleece, bags of fleece in the cupboard as well, and she taught me how to spin, and I still spin now. It's like my yoga. And weaving, she taught me how to weave. We did dyeing fabric in the sink.
Gosh, so
me and
she
Miss Jenkins.
absolutely, I think, started your path,
Yeah.
like
But
led
then,
your
the year after
journey.
she taught me, she left teaching never to return. There wasn't a connection, it wasn't. But
She was like, my work here is done. I created Stuart Hillard.
But then I reconnected with her when my first book came out. And she said to me, I left teaching because I just didn't feel like I was making any difference.
Oh, and you said, no, you absolutely shaped my life.
Yeah. And I tell that story every time because having been a teacher myself, I think every teacher feels like, am I doing this for a reason?
Yeah.
Am I making a difference? Miss Jenkins helped to transform me.
Yeah.
And helped me to find my creative outlet in life. And
I bet
so I'm
everybody who's
grateful to her.
watching, especially in the creative world, you must all have somebody that started off your journey, started off that love for sewing.
I think so.
The quilt kit's completely sold out. Well done, everybody who has got it. You got an absolutely magnificent price. It was supposed to be $250. We knew everyone would love it, so we tried to do everything we could on the price. And I'm so thrilled. Completely gone, Ben.
I want to show you. Can I carry on showing you how to make it?
Of course you can. It's not like other channels, you know, when they say it's gone,
Because I'm
moving
really
on.
enjoying this.
What we will do, though, we'll just tease you with the Brother machine graphics. So if you've seen the shows with Stuart before and you know you want the machine, you can check out. If you do want it and you want to know a bit more about it, we're going to do a demo on it at 12 o'clock. We've got less than 10, though.
A
just
deep
to be aware.
dive.
A deep dive.
And
Fabulous.
also as well, it's absolutely gorgeous. I recently, Vix, I got a new studio machine. So I talk about my studio machine. That is the sewing machine that I work on.
Workhorse.
That's my sewing machine, okay? And I've gone back to a Brother.
Oh, brilliant.
So Brother was my very first computerised sewing machine that I got many, many moons ago, decades ago, and loved it. And it's taken me all this time to go back to Brother. But actually it was the experience of using Brothers here. And I've absolutely fallen in love with the brand all over again.
Well, it was because of you that we got them on Sewing Street, wasn't it? Yeah, so we're going to talk about those later on. We're going to carry on with this.
Yeah. So when we come to make what we call quarter square triangles, so it's a square that's made up of quarters, and they're all triangles, so quarter square triangle. There's a few different ways of doing it. Now in the pattern, what it tells you to do is this. So you've got your squares, and you're going to cut on both diagonals. Now this is when having a rotating cutting mat is super, super useful, because the minute you pick up and turn these fabrics, they sort of get out of line. Whereas doing it like that, you can cut them up absolutely perfectly. So then I'm just going to take 2 away and then take the bottom 2 away. So now I've got 1 quarter square unit there.
Oh, that is a really good way of cutting.
And then I've got 1 quarter square unit there. So literally for this, we are just sewing triangles together.
Yeah.
So I'll show you quickly how you do that. So the first thing is lay it out on your board next to you, and then split it in half.
Okay.
And then flip, and we're going to sew this line right here.
Right, so you're sewing from the right angle out. You're not going to start at that point.
Don't start at the point.
Yeah.
No. You're much better off sewing from a square edge. Way too much is made of fabric being cut with a bias edge. You know, I've done it myself, so I'll put my hands up. You know, we say, oh, be really careful, it's a bias edge. To the extent now that a lot of people are terrified at the very thought, and there's no need to be. You're not going to be running around the house flapping these triangles in the air, are you? They'll be fine. They won't stretch, I promise. So I've done one.
Well,
now I'm
could
gonna
you
do the
use
other.
starch spray? Have you got flatter there?
You could. I have got
I
flatter.
don't know. Do we even sell this?
We're going to be.
Honestly, I used to have this in my old previous life of sewing quarter. I've not seen it for ages, and it smells lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have got Best Press on the show.
Okay, Best
to
Press
point
is
that out.
available.
But we are getting flatter in, which is gorgeous.
I know, yeah, my previous life. I haven't seen them at Sewing Street. Flatter is going to be a new brand to Sewing Street. But if you do want your good old-fashioned Mary Ellen's Best Press, this is in your vanilla lavender. Do you think that will give you a bit more confidence?
Absolutely. I'm just thinking, would it? It's worked. Look. Look.
Oh my gosh, you look flatter.
I'll buy the lot.
It's coming up. It is coming up.
Yeah, no, I mean, Best Press, fab, Flatter, fab.
Yeah, we only bring...
Yeah, we only bring quality
stuff.
So I've sewn my two halves together. The last thing that I'm going to do is join the two halves, okay? So right side together. I've always pressed towards the same fabric. Doesn't have to be the darker one. You could put a pin in if you wanted to. However, because I've pressed seams in opposition, that should be enough to hold the centre together.
Oh, I wasn't going to jinx it and say anything, but that machine has picked up your point very, very well. Those feed dogs must be lovely.
Now, interesting you should say that. On the MV1100, the feed dogs are actually about a third longer than normal.
Right.
And the J foot, the standard foot, is also about a third longer.
Sorry, can we just stop that very important info for this message on screen from Susan? Susan, how much are you paying Google, by the way, to tell everybody?
Susan.
So hang on, he says he makes his first patchwork quilt 47 years. On Google, it says you're 41.
Now, that's hilarious, Susan. No, the reason why...
Is there another
is
Stuart
because
Hillard out there?
Susan's looking at the biog from when I filmed Sewing Bee. 41 and a sales manager. You see the Great British Sewing Bee Series 1. But I would just point out that was filmed 12 years ago.
Please click that. What is Stuart Hillard doing now?
What is Stuart Hillard doing now? Click on it. Click
No.
what?
We'll click on it when we're not
Really?
showing it live. Let's see what he's doing now. No, I don't know. Is this like random? Who does this? Whose job is it to fill this in? Is this just...
I like the fact that one of the questions is Stuart Hillard married?
That's the first one.
I'm curious
That's
that
what a lot of
anybody is
people-
bothered.
Do they do it on what people are Googling? Like
Yes.
What questions people are asking?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, my gosh, you're getting all of the
I know.
proposals.
Wow,
That's just Ben.
It's always good to
wondering.
have a plan B. Although
Charlie is here tomorrow.
I know. And actually, I was saying on the post, it was his birthday yesterday, and it was also sort of our 21st anniversary of meeting. We met 2 days before his birthday. So I was like an early present for him. Right, there we go. So I've just pressed that last seam allowance open, and that just helps just to keep everything nice and flat. And then the last thing you want to do is to just trim off any dog ears. I love it when people call them dog ends. And then just make sure that the whole thing's coming out at 4.5 inches square. And if there was any issue there and it wasn't, you could always just trim it back or actually sort of look at why it isn't the right size. All right, so that's the method that you're asked to make these quarter square triangles in the pattern. But I think there's time for me to just show you one other way.
We've got 10 minutes.
Right, okay, I'll show you another way. I'll show you the way that I was taught. Which almost everyone says, well, I've never seen that method before.
So this is you going rogue now.
So
this
get
is
ready.
what's in the instructions.
Yeah, so you do exactly the same cutting. Now, what a lot of people will do to make quarter square triangles is mark the diagonal with a friction pen, sew a 1/4 inch either side, cut it, press them, and then turn them, put them back together, draw another line. But I was actually taught to do it all in one step. And once you've done it, it's almost like a party trick.
Okay, so you've got your 2 squares together, you've drawn
right
through
sides
one
together.
line, and then you're drawing through the opposite diagonal.
Yep. So I've drawn an X through the middle. Right. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to kind of draw it so you can see what I'm going to do, because once I get to the sewing machine,
Might not see.
I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch on the same side of every line. So I'm going to sew down here.
Yeah.
I'm going to sew down here. here and here.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So I'm not just sewing across that way and across that way. It's always on the left, always on the left, on the left, on the left.
Yeah.
All right? So that's what I'm going to do.
To the left, to the left.
To the everything go to the left.
So we got a bit digressed. Did you say that the feed dogs are longer on this machine then?
Yep, the feed dogs are about a third longer,
So does
and the
that help
J-foot's about a third longer.
Feeding them through, you know,
Yeah.
when sometimes they all get bundled down into the bottom of your
Yep.
machine and you get this nest.
Yep. Yep,
That will help.
completely. And also things like your top stitching, your patchwork piecing, your quilting is going to be more accurate because your fabric is being held for longer and more securely. The other thing is, Vix, that unlike most machines, and including most Brother machines, this isn't an elliptical feed dog system.
What's elliptical mean?
Elliptical means the feed dogs come up and down, and they're going in this sort of like oval shape where they're up and down. This is a square feed system. So it's up, across, down, back, up, across, like this, which we know from Juki, who have their box feed
and
system.
And industrial machines
Correct.
quite often have that square feed, don't they?
Exactly
So
right.
it pulls your fabrics through at the same time, accurately. So if you're doing multiple layers, it's really going to help.
Exactly. You can see really clearly now where I've
I
sewn.
have never seen anybody do this before, Stuart.
I knew you were
Have you
gonna
done
say
this
that.
on air yet before? Have you shown everyone this tip?
I don't know if I have. I don't know if it's a tip. It's just a different way of doing them, you know? So I'm just going to press that. And I
got
know
rid of
that's
your
removed the
lines.
markings, but it's corner to corner, isn't it?
Okay.
So
By the way, loads of you have got that iron. It's amazing. If you want the mini iron, just a little plug for tomorrow's show. What time are you launching the mini iron? Do you know?
oh, the mini iron.
We'll be there on pre-order. It's
10 o'clock,
launching at
isn't
10
it?
o'clock, but if you want it earlier, it will be on pre-order from 8. The big one is the Tula Pink, available as well. Right. How quick and easy is that?
Yeah. Well, it really, I mean, it does the same thing at the
Yeah.
end of the day. It's made my quarters, and it's still 2. I still get 2 blocks for the price of 1.
For some reason, one has become available of these quilt kits, by the way. It's absolutely fine, but if there is one left, just so you're aware. If you want to go to replay, it's worth having a look and seeing if there is any available. There are 94 of you. Oh, I would ask our management if, I know we could get any more of these, but they don't do the box quilt kits again, do they? This
No.
is it. What we've got is what we've got, and we don't replace them. We get new ones in, and we've got lots of great ones underneath us on the website, but there is one left of this and it's gone.
Yeah, this is the thing, you know, and even if you think, well, I haven't got time to make it now, it's good to have it because it's all together in a box with the pattern. You can tuck it away for a rainy day, or perhaps when you've lost your sojo and you just want to be able to open a box and everything's there, you know?
Oh, exactly. It's that lovely. It has gone. It's gone again. Maria says, morning to my 2 favourite people.
Oh,
Is that
that's high
better?
praise.
Ben and Ollie in the gallery. There they are. 2 favourite people. Hey. Oh, and Levi's there as well. Levi's there too. Oh, no, thank you, Maria. She said, Stuart,
Yeah.
I tried to come to Festival of Quilts, but I couldn't get a ticket this year. Hopefully I will
Bless
next
you.
year.
Yeah, we'll see you next year. We'll see you next year.
And I'll be there next year. I didn't go this year. And every day I was like, right, Hayley said to me, well, you know, if you're in the know, because I was like, please, can I come? Please, can I come? Everyone's there. I want to be on the stand. I said, but I'll have to bring the girls with me. I've got all 3 of them over the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I was trying to work out, and
That
it
would
was.
have been hard.
And someone said to me on the first day, the aircon wasn't fantastic
No,
on the
it
Thursday. And I thought,
wasn't.
it's too hot to lug 3 little children round in a pram.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
I was getting huge FOMO. It's literally, I was watching all the pictures on the fan page. I was here doing our quilt show on the weekend though, and it was lovely. So I'll be there as well next year. And she says, Vicky, can you believe baby Ella is starting school in 3 weeks? Well, it's your 3-year anniversary here, isn't it?
It is, it
I can't believe it.
is. I
Are we
know.
4 then now? We are 4. So I remember baby Ella being born. Oh my gosh, she was so
Amazing, isn't
tiny.
it?
She's starting school. Madness.
No. And there we go. And there they are, all made. So it's different ways to get the same thing, you know? And it doesn't really matter how you do it, as long as they all come out the same size.
Brilliant. Do I need to trim those dog ends off?
Love it, love
Dog
it.
tails off?
I would say yes. I would say yes. It's much better if you do. Now, I'm just going to clear the decks a little bit because I want to show you how this lovely quilt goes together.
Yeah, we've literally got about a couple of minutes, few minutes.
Yep.
You can stay here as much
okay?
as you want. Yeah.
Can I? Can I just do whatever I want? I'm going to put this beautiful machine down there for a minute.
Where are you going for tea tonight then? Where are you going for your birthday
For the tea
dinner?
tonight, not sure actually.
You're going to have a Indian? I know you like your...
No.
No?
No, not staying in Redditch actually.
Okay.
So,
Stratford. Henley and Arden's got some lovely pubs. That's not far from here.
I do like a Miller and Carter.
Oh, Miller and Carter. The Arrow Mill's lovely, yeah. That's towards Ulster.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you some recommendations.
So what you're going to do then is you're going to lay out. So you're going to make quarter square triangles in the blue and cream
Okay.
and a golden cream combo. And you're going to make twice as many of those golden cream. And you're going to sew them into a strip, just like this, just 3 together, ever so easy. And then you're going to sew that either side of a block. Make sure that your block's the right way up. Make 2 of these, or you can just lay the whole thing out as I'm going to. So I've got sashing, block, sashing, block, sashing, block, oops, and sashing. Okay, right at the end.
Okay.
Just about fit it on the desk. And that's my 3 blocks in my row, okay?
Yeah.
Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a sashing row. So this is my block row, and then my sashing row consists of more of those strips of 3, gold, blue, gold. But this time I'm also sewing what we call a cornerstone.
Yeah.
In between those sashing strips.
Yeah.
So I've got
Red.
I've got my square, my cornerstone, sashing, cornerstone, sashing, and keep going all the way across. And if I just grab, and that's my sashing row. And then I'm going to do another sashing row here. So I've got, there's my cornerstone.
Oh, are you going to finish this quote, Stuart? I want to do it. I love this.
Thing. Yeah. It's really, really straightforward. And I love the way that the piecing really is in the sashings rather than in the blocks. There's a little bit of piecing in the blocks, but mostly it's about showing off that beautiful fabric, isn't it? And there's my last cornerstone. And you're just going to keep going like that.
Fabulous.
To build up your quilt in rows, and then sew those rows together. Blue border, wide border, that's the top.
I mean, that's amazing. And we talked about the quilting earlier on. You said about following the seam line 1/4 inch.
Yeah, so what the quilter has done here is to lay a piece of masking tape or low tack tape from basically one side of the quilt to the other, just 1/4 inch away from the seam line on these quarter square blocks. So that goes right across. And that's done on every other, just on the gold ones. Just on the gold ones. So you end up with a square and a square. It's basically a big crosshatch over the whole quilt.
Yeah.
Super, super simple.
Fabulous.
Big shout out, by the way, to Deputy Joan, who lots of you met at Festival of
Oh, was
Quilt.
she there with you?
She was there.
The
She
deputy.
was there. She came in on horseback. She'd got a lasso. She'd got a steer by the horns. No, big shout out to Joan, who is my right hand, who did all the prep for this show. Really
Joan.
appreciate her help. She's a hard worker. She's actually leaving me to go on holiday, would you believe, this Saturday.
Oh, where's she going?
I don't remember that holiday request form ever coming into the office. I'm just going to put it out there. Well,
How dare she have time away from you?
They've got quite a full itinerary, but they are spending 2 days in Bayeux, which I'm very, very envious of. And Joan's going to be going to look at the Bayeux tapestry. I think she's going to be coming back with a huge amount of inspiration from
I hope you're taking her some homework to do while she's on a holiday. Some bit of...
It's a thought.
Send her away with some
Give
sewing.
some handwork. Oh, Vix, you are a slave driver, but I approve.
Right, we'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, see you in an hour.
With Brother Machine, embroidery machine as well, back in stock.
Yep.
The machine that Stuart was using, we're going to look at in more detail. So, yes, well done, everyone. The quilts are still out. Go on a wish list or have a look if you're watching on a replay. Thank you, Stuart. We'll see you in an hour. Don't go anywhere. Yvonne McAtamney's back. We've got wall hangings galore. They are already selling on pre-order. We've got the horse, the cats is really limited. The beautiful watercolours in the floors as well. So stay where you are. We're back with Yvonne after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates, and good luck. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Yvonne, you've brought us loads of goodies this hour.
I have, haven't I? Yes.
Love them.
Had a bit of a fiddle here and there.
And I must say, this is a panel that I know we've seen in a previous kit before, different colourway, same designer, but I remember it was years ago and it
was
completely sold out then.
I think the horses were a little bit bigger.
Okay.
But these are so well drawn. You know,
Aren't they?
The
The
artwork is
artwork.
wonderful. It's from Northcott, so this is a Stonehenge
Right.
based fabric. So, oh well, I've cut it all away. Oh well. When you get the kit, you will see that there is a little edging around the horses.
Oh yeah.
And this is a Stonehenge type thing. You
Oh,
see it
lovely,
across here.
yes.
But I have actually cut that away and put the jade and the light brown in instead.
Could I leave that in if I wanted to?
No,
No, trim it away.
because it'll mess up your measurements. So, no, sorry about that. Please, well, you leave a 1/4 inch. You can leave a 1/4 inch, but otherwise your diamonds aren't going to fit.
It's a beautiful kit. It comes with that panel, it comes with the fabric that you need, but then it also comes with all of your lovely border fabric. And within here, I'm just going to place this over on the
go
overhead
ahead.
so you can
Yep.
see. We've got our lovely diamonds here.
Well, I've been lucky enough to go to Santa Fe a couple of times. And Santa Fe
Where is it?
in New Mexico.
Ah, okay, yeah.
It's a Wild West town.
Yeah.
That's, but it is the centre of the turquoise trail.
Right.
So lots of turquoise gems and some opals in that part of the world
Stuart
as
was
well.
wearing his turquoise, I noticed today, wasn't he?
So, yes, very much horse orientated, but that's where I got to this lovely jade colour as part of the border. And of course, in the background to the horses, there are some little patches of it's a turquoise
Yes.
green going on. And I like the diamonds because some of the horses have diamonds in their foreheads, and it just all came together very quickly.
And so you've done some hand stitching as well.
This was a bit of a quick stitch. So I have only stitched around the faces of the horses, so down their white flashes down their faces, or I have done some chain stitch again to actually just put some texture down through their faces. I will go back and stitch around the horses. The only quilting that I've done at this point is around the diamonds, and through done a little bit on the other on the two sides here. Now, I haven't given you instructions for doing these straight lines. It was a kind of last minute idea of doing this.
And does this go through all of your layers?
No, only the central stitching. There's 2 lines of embroidery, so I've just done that on the border fabric. And then down through the middle of those 2 lines, I've quilted through to hold the borders.
Okay.
I think it would benefit from some diamonds quilted in the border, but that was another afterthought.
Yeah.
So I really think this gives you the opportunity to interpret the quilting in whichever manner you want.
You get full instructions, you get full instructions and diagrams, and you get all of these beautiful fabrics all cut ready. Then you just need to subcut them to the sizes that are on your instruction set. But you have this beautiful, beautiful panel.
Oh, yeah.
The finished size is 23.5 by 13 inches. So it's a lovely size wall hanging. This would make a great gift for somebody, wouldn't it, as well?
Yeah, I think so. And my daughter Helen keeps saying this would look a really nice bolster cushion on a chair, wouldn't it? It's that kind of size as a feature, and I think these colours are very interior.
Yeah,
they're very livable with. So, you know, the horse lover in your life, let's do that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'd rather see the horses than the cable. So it's really very livable with, and it is a very straightforward, moderately sized project for someone to, as a beginner. Almost. I think we might have put 2 spools, but it's not this is not a difficult project.
You're going to show us a little bit of the elements to it, aren't you?
Yes.
We've got loads to show you today, by the way. We also have the Kansas flowers, which is the one that's hanging behind me here. We've got the cats. I'll flash this up just so you can see, because this one is extremely limited. It is last of stock now of the cats. Just before we jump into the demo on the horses, just wanted to let you know all of these that are on pre-order. And there's the, what one's this called?
This is marble windows, because I just love that fabric. That's like, you know, the inside covers of books, that marbling.
Yeah.
I just love and that inspired the kind of stained glass window. And pieced blocks across the bottom, which I just think sort of stone shelf.
Yeah, sorry.
In my head, you know, don't want to be in the inside of my head too often.
Yeah, those of you that have got the pre-order page open, they're all underneath us on there. We will come to those. Focusing on the horse at the moment, but we've got lots of different wall hangings
cats
to
and
bring
kittens.
you. The cats and kittens is really limited now. That is lots of stock, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's some
Oh,
really
look at the little
cute
kittens.
Yeah, look, there's all the little kitties.
Is this a panel, Yvonne, or is this all pieced?
It is a panel, but it's a different shape panel, so it has been chopped up. But there's detailed instructions in the pack as to how you cut. But I have added that gold batik across the middle, because it just lightens it up, because it's quite black.
Oh, right, okay.
In most places.
Comes with all the panel, comes with all the fabrics as well. They're all on pre-order. Right, let's concentrate on the horse for a moment.
Okay, so the only thing you need to be careful of, and it's not difficult, is you're making these square in a square block, or diamond inside a square block. So you have to cut, as Stuart was showing you a little while ago. We want to be cutting 2 triangles out of this square, and you want to be using your mat to get yourself straight. So I've simply put a point and a point on a line, but it is going to be my ruler that I use to cut that 45-degree angle. Now, I have brought my own ruler because I just find this easier to see. But and I generally cut 2 pieces of fabric at one time, because you can get enough pressure down that it's not moving.
Yeah.
One piece can move about a bit. So you're going to attach triangles to all 4 sides of your cut square to make this that's what you're going to do.
Right.
But you need to get those triangles centered.
Okay.
So I have finger pressed the square, so I know where my center of both those edges are. I'm then going to fold my triangles and do exactly the same.
Find your centre.
Find your center, because that's what you want to line up.
Because will there naturally be a little bit of an overhang if you seam allowance on each side? You don't line up the corners.
You don't line up the corners because you can't. You have, and this is where you hear people talking about cutting the ears off. Yeah. I always tend to put a pin at the end of the seam that I'm stitching, because you do get a little bit of drift. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but it all tends to move along. So I've just centered, found the center of that triangle. Can do these.
You just hold it forward slightly, please. Thank you. Sorry.
I do.
It's
no,
not
I know.
natural.
No, I do this all the time. It's my varifocals. You see,
Have you got varifocals?
Oh, all the way up and down.
Oh gosh.
So,
it doesn't make you feel sick though.
no. I've
You've got
had these
used
for
to it now.
many years. But this is where I want to hold it. There is foreign territory. And anything over there is bandit country as far as my eyes are concerned, I'm afraid, because I just...
But then when you look up, you can see in the distance...
Oh, I can see everything, yes. But it can be... it's one... You know, whenever, for whatever reason, you're under the sink. I just can't get the right angle to find whichever thing I need to turn... and it's the same up a ladder. Yeah. So interesting times with varifocals, but I'd be lost without them. So this is a 1/4 of an inch seam I'm sewing along here.
You're only going through the 2 layers here, so you're back to your normal 2.4 stitch width.
I am, yeah. And I'm going to just do the other one, and then I'm calling upon you and your role.
I will absolutely be your pressing assistant. I'll set my stall up.
Wonderful.
Also, you're using those little mini applique pins, and they're great for smaller blocks, aren't they? Because if you use big pins, they're a bit cumbersome in a block that's smaller.
They absolutely are.
I love those, the little ones with the white head. They're great.
Me too. And you can actually iron over them. You're not, doesn't say on the pack, but you can.
Yeah, they're not going to melt.
No.
Okay, any particular way that you're pressing?
Yes, if you could press out away from the square. So your seam allowance is going towards the triangle. So with the 2 remaining triangles, I'm doing exactly the same thing. So I'm marking the center. You're making these diamond squares in 2 colorways, because they're going to be around the, if we just go back to here, you can see that we have the diamonds on the bottom in 1 colorway, and then across the top in the light brown colorway.
This would be lovely. We've got the embroidery machine coming up later. You could personalise it with somebody's name, or we all know somebody that loves horses, that's into horses. You know, I personally know loads of people who have got, into equestrian. And
well, my grandfather used to ride. He used to ride point to point, like cross country.
Oh my gosh, that's so dangerous, isn't it? I know someone who used to do that, and it's
It is a long time ago, well, he would have had a helmet, but that would have been about it. There was nothing else. So I've now put the 2 triangles on the opposite 2 sides. Yeah, I'm going to machine along those.
No, we've got a friend who's got a little Shetland pony and little pony horses, and we do say, because my husband Kieran, he used to do horse riding a lot, and he talks about our girls going horse riding. I was like, no, 1, too expensive, too messy, mucking them out, doing all that. We haven't got the space, so you'd have to go to your yard and do it all every morning.
Yeah.
A lot of work, isn't it? But I know
with animals, it's 24/7. You know.
But we do go over, so Rosie can sit and have a little trot on little Puck, the pony, little Shetland pony.
Well-
But yes, this would be lovely for a gift for somebody, or like you said, as a cushion. It'd be very simple to turn into a cushion, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You have all the fabrics that you see on the front there, including the binding. So you just use your binding as part of as piping potentially.
Yes.
Around the.
Yeah, just add some fabric for the back, like your solid fabric for the back. This is lovely.
Okay, you're falling down on your duties here.
Sorry, I'm ready.
Thank you so much. If you could do that. Now I'm just going to join a piece of fabric to the diamonds that I have already made, but we do need those as well, but I'm going to just do this piece first. You're going to join the border onto the bottom first in this instance. Okay, that's that. So that's another. Thank you. We're getting into the swing of this, aren't we? So this is where I get to cut the ears off, and I'm always in favour of reducing bulk wherever it comes around. Makes it easier for the quilting and actually just the accuracy of your seams. So
This is a lovely fabric, isn't it? It's got like a linen texture to it. It's not linen, it's 100% cotton.
It's cottage cloth.
Oh, okay.
So this is, oh gosh. Right. It would help if I found the
You
right
got your
bit.
panel.
I got my panel because this is going along there.
Right. Yes.
And I'm going to attach this to this. But yes, it has that little, I think it's a black. I couldn't decide whether it was a really dark blue or a black going through there. But yeah, this is, there's a whole mixture of fabric companies in this one.
Well, this is the great thing. You've got the...
I've got a shop.
Yeah, you get to raid the shelves. You're like, right, what can I put with this?
Yes, sometimes it can be easier than others. Sometimes it can take an inordinate length of time because there is too much choice.
So are you still based in what? Where's it? What?
It was Wallingford, but I moved. We closed the shop in Wallingford in February.
Yeah.
And opened in Stockwood, which is outside Inkborough. I'm not far from Bruce.
There.
I'm not far from Bruce.
My mum was looking at a house in Feckenham. We were there last week.
That's just up the road.
Lovely,
It's
isn't
gorgeous.
it? So do you live there now?
I live in Droitwich.
Okay.
So it's a 20-minute drive.
So this wasn't when you this was the old house that you had the kitchen, or have you just?
No, that's my same house. You see,
Okay.
I've only moved the business.
Right.
I had a ready-moved house. So, but that was enough moving the business.
Yeah.
So let me just have a little quick. So this is going to go across there, and I'm going to attach one piece of fabric to two diamonds, and that will be the second side. So you would repeat this process with the light brown fabrics to make the remaining two sides.
Really lovely beginner, or if you've got a bit of sewing experience, maybe this is your first patchwork project, just to dip your toe in before you start a quilt. £24.99, and you've got all of the quality fabrics that you need, including that beautiful, beautiful horse fabric panel, which you can't get individually. The only way of getting it today is in your bundle, in your kit.
And that is going up there.
Yeah.
And that you have some, that is, well, this was a scrap piece.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Then
this-
you'll have your next.
So because you will put your top and bottom borders on, so you're going to put that one on, and you're going to put the equivalent brown one on across here.
Yeah.
And then this is long enough to go right up to the top.
Right, and just match your corners, match these seams up, and then,
Well,
brilliant.
Well, this is what I could do, couldn't I? I could just do that, give an impression of
There you
this
go.
is what it's going to be like.
And then I suppose, like you say, quilt as desired. You can add embroidery,
yeah.
you could do free motion, you could do just quite simple stitching. Hand quilting would be lovely on this.
Yeah, and definitely you want to stitch into those horses.
Yes.
I just...
That gives it them then again.
Yes, so that you can see their faces. And I would love to play with their mane there.
Yes.
There definitely needs to be some stitching through that.
Fabulous. Now, we've got loads of other projects again to show you. So do you mind if we then move on to the next one? That's giving you a bit of a pit stop through the different blocks through there. £24.99 for your Santa Fe wall hanging. Now, cats. This is your cats and kittens wall hanging. Grab it whilst you can, because this is it. The last of stock. 2 left. Who wants them? £19.99, and this is to create this gorgeous cats and kittens wall hanging. I love it. Well done if you already got it on pre-order. Last to stock. There's more of you who've got it in your basket than we have availability. We're not going to be doing a demo on it today, obviously. It's just literally the last to stock. Thought we'd bring it back for anybody that may have missed this. But look at those cute little kittens. And you say you've got your batiks running through the centre here.
This is an addition. This panel comes as a long piece, so you have to cut it vertically. And then you've got that piece.
Yeah.
And that piece. So I then joined them together with this golden piece here, so that we're not putting more black into it. I must have been having a bit of a Stonehenge moment, really, because this amber fabric around the outside is another Stonehenge.
I love that.
Look, you know, whenever you look at the colour that's in there, the graduation of colour is and the depth.
You get those fabrics all included.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. There's so many who've got those in baskets, so you need to find more of those panels for us. 40 in baskets. Oh, my gosh. Right, shall we do the watercolour flowers? This is beautiful, Yvonne. I love... Are they log cabins, technically? Or
They are log cabins.
This is so beautiful. Look at this. Now, we've got 2 projects, different colourways. The same project, 2 different colourways, and they look very different in the different colourways, don't they?
Well, I thought so. I thought so.
There's the one that's behind me here, which is this lovely sort of traditional colourway, and the watercolours, which is this one. Now, your graphics are live for this one. Log cabins, applique as well.
Oh, yes.
Are we talking needle turn or fused?
Oh, fused. But, of course, I fiddled. Did you expect anything else? Because I thought that the vase needed a bit of embroidery on it.
Love that. Oh, look at this.
So I've just stitched a little bit around the top and towards the foot. And on the one on the wall, I've actually stitched some curved lines round it. The one on the wall is the one that I made first. And it is all Moda fabric, well, nearly all Moda fabric, and it's Kansas Troubles is the design house for Moda. So that lovely border fabric and all the fabric that is in the log cabins there, all Moda. Then we have some cottage cloth for the border binding. And some Dutch heritage in the middle for that lovely creamy dotty background.
But I love that you've done all the hard work for us in selecting all the fabrics, because that's it. It is actually a skill in itself. Until you start trying to put together your own kit and your own quilts, you'll realise actually how difficult, if you're thinking, right, I haven't got quite the right blue or the right background. Even your background on here, this isn't just a plain, is it?
No, this has got little tiny leaves all over it.
It's beautiful.
And I have used the right side in this instance.
This is only £34.99. Amazing value for money. We've got less than 50 of them available. All of the beautiful fabrics that are used on this wall hanging or quilt is there. Full instructions again, as always.
So this watercolour one has got Jason Yenter fabric in.
Lovely. Is this the Jason Yenter?
Yes. Yes, I have a...
You've got an open one for me.
Well, no. This is the only piece that I have left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So but this is just gorgeous.
Oh,
you know, it's not big enough for a kit, but look at the colour that is in this. It's almost a navy blue to the lime green, and this is where the border fabric really made it easy to choose the colours to put into the log cabins.
So within here, look, you've got this amazing JC Yenta fabric.
Which is the borders.
I've then got the navy blue.
Which is your frame, cornerstones and the vase, because it's just kind of writes that like crackledy thing. And your binding.
This one's Moda.
Oh, so it is. I couldn't have told you that off the top of my head, but there are 8 different 3-inch strips.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, I've no idea who that one is. That one just pulls all these colours together.
Yes.
Then we have a second Jason Yenter.
Brilliant. Oh, that's a smaller scale print.
It's a smaller scale print, so again, we're pulling the colour from the border into the log cabin.
Gorgeous. Oh, was that Patricia messaging saying she bought it right at the start of the show? She spotted it and got it. She said, I love it. Just getting back into quilting after a couple of months off. This is a lovely one to do then, to get yourself back into it. And these lovely fabrics as well.
So each log cabin has the same centre square, and it's this little seeded job, which tones into the border again. And each of the log cabins, beside its centre, has 8 different fabrics in it.
Gosh.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Is this a
5,
batik?
6, 7, 8, and there's a batik in it as well. This is gorgeous. Like, I know it's my colourways, and I'm kind of wearing this.
Yeah.
But, well, I am.
Yeah,
aren't I?
literally,
Yes.
yeah.
But I just thought it kind of has a Delft feel to it, but not as quite as vivid.
Yeah, it does. The blues and whites always are going to be popular, aren't they? You've got your log cabin instructions, and then you've also got your reverse templates to use for your applique. So would I trace this straight onto the smooth side
Of the Bonder
of my Bonder web
Yeah.
with a normal biro, not a friction pen?
I always use a pencil.
Just a pencil.
Just
Fab.
an ordinary pencil.
Not a friction pen.
No,
We've all
no,
done
no. That would be a horrible mess, because because you would have yes, it would be all sticky on the other side.
So you've numbered all these.
this is the sequence in which to place the fabrics on.
Because it's all layered. Have you ever seen the fuser mats before, Yvonne?
Yes.
And do you think that something like that would be useful to layer up those pieces?
I think if you're used to it, yes.
Okay.
And to create that flower could well be.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I can't do it that way because I'm designing the thing.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
don't know what it's going to look like until
Yeah.
I've got it
All on.
all
yeah.
on. But yes, to build up. So with the numbering sequence on here, that tells you where to start. Now let me just go back a step.
Well, we're gonna. Do you want to jump into a bit of your demo? What you prepared
yes, I
for
suppose
us?
I better, hadn't I? Well, all of the fabric, these 8 different fabrics that you have,
Yeah.
are also the fabrics that are used to create the flowers in the middle.
Right.
So you need to use the end of one of the, well, cut them into the strips as I've told you to. You're cutting 1.25 inch width of fabric strips. Yeah, do as I say on the instructions, not as I am probably about to tell you. And that is narrow. It is narrow, but each of these pieces is equally as narrow, and they will fit into that 1.25 inch strip. So you can choose whatever colour you want to put wherever, because you have the same amount of each of the fabrics. What I do suggest you do is that each of the positions, so piece 1, 2 and 3, are all the same colour.
Keep them all the same. Keep your leaves all the same.
Yeah, so you've gotten the little spotty one here, the spotty one here and here.
Okay.
And the centre's a different shade to the colour that's
Yes,
behind it, so
yes.
you can see the different pieces.
Oh, I'd want to do it exactly like yours because it does have that contrast. It works.
Well, yeah, but you could put a bit of the batik in. You could have the batik around the back here, or you could have, maybe put that one in here instead. There are lots of options, and you have sufficient fabric. Now, what I have to make sure you understand is that you use each of the fabrics and each of the blocks, but not in the same position, because you have the same amount of each of the fabrics, so you have to distribute them around.
Okay, so is it quite sort of scrappy then? It is quite sort
Well,
of, there's order to it.
There isn't order to it. But
Just so you know, the other colourway is also selling very, 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 very quickly as well. So if you do want the Kansas flowers, that's the Moda one that you were talking about.
It is.
That is also available. There it is on the back wall. We'll bring up the graphics just because a lot of you found it on pre-order.
Oh, it was the one I made first.
It is the most popular. I love it in this sort of classic colourway for autumn. It's lovely. £34.99. They're both now underneath on the web, so go for it, whatever is your colour palette. In fact, they'd be nice as seasonal. This more spring, summer sort of colours. This more of...
Definitely autumn, winter.
Your autumns, yes.
So I just wanted to, as with any log cabin, 2 logs are the same size each time you go round. So you've got your centre square, yeah? Mm-hmm. Then piece 1, piece 2 and piece 3 are...
Do you always go clockwise?
I do.
You do, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I do, yes. Doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. So log number 2 and 3 are the same length. So whenever you're cutting those out, you have options, because that could go there and that could go there.
Are they the same width?
Same, everything is the same width, and those 2 pieces are the same length. Now, I suggest that you do cut these pieces out. Do not simply sew from the strip.
Okay, because some people, I know they, do you give measurements to cut them?
No, yes.
Which is good, because then you're not wasting too much, are you?
Well, these are finished at just over 4 inches. If you are not accurate, these will not be the right size because they are quite tiny. So cut each piece, and if the pieces don't fit, stop, go back, don't start trimming it up.
No.
And it will all come together. Make sure you're stitching on the one sewing machine also helps. So piece 5 and piece 6, no, pieces 4 and 5 are also the same length, so they could swap places. 6 and 7, and then the final one is up there.
Now, you've numbered these. Is this just for your sort of preparation of bringing them to the telly, or would you recommend?
I cut lots of pieces and then had them in bundles, because in the instructions I've got some, sorry. You know, piece 1, piece 2, 3, so 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And I cut those and set them out. Mm-hmm. And I believe I made them in, you make a total of 12. So I did 3 lots of 4.
Right.
So I had a selection of fabrics to choose from, because you want to look random. So you don't want your final outside logs to be the same.
Yeah,
you want to be able to, yes, of course, some of them will be the same, but you want to have the option to put them in different positions.
No, it does look random. Your eye isn't drawn to a particular side, but it's because as well your fabric choices allow for your eyes to go
and I kind of got it balanced.
Yeah.
You know, this is possibly the strongest colour, so there's one there, there's one there. You know, but you do have to mix the fabrics through the block.
Okay.
And I have, so pieces 2 and 3 are the same size, pieces 4 and 5, 6 and 7, and that gives you some opportunity to move things around. So those are what it will look like. Cut the pieces, because that is your check that the thing is the right size.
Okay then.
What was I going to
So
show?
constructing it, you go that one to that one, then that one to this one, this one to this one, and go round and round and round and round.
And if whenever you join that to that, it doesn't fit that, go
Stop.
back.
Okay.
So I made some of these earlier, so that the thing that I want to show you that. So this is what they look like. And you...
I love these. There's little 4-inch squares.
yeah,
Make loads of these and you can do all sorts of cushions. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, you just want to be random with it. I love it. I'm very happy with this colourway. I enjoyed doing this. So
love this colourway. There you go, graphics alive for this colourway. This is the blue, which is called Watercolour Flowers. Pretty much neck and neck now at the minute. 24-inch square. This would look lovely on like I'm thinking like a coffee table, or, you know, having it as a centrepiece on a, obviously lovely as a wall hanging, but also...
Yeah, I kind of see it behind a sideboard with some nice flowers.
That's what I was thinking, on a sideboard, yeah.
So this is showing you where some of your problems would arise if you're not random, because look, that one and that one are the same fabric at the outside edge.
Right.
So you don't want to be putting that one to that one. You want to be finding something else that is different.
Well, you'll have 12 of them that you can spin and mix and match.
And
make sure
this is a layout and have a bit of a play.
Oh, sometimes it's good to take a photograph of it, and then it tends to stand out a little bit more on a photograph than when you're looking at it.
Before cameras came in, I used to stand on a chair
and look over it.
And look down, because it does give you a different perspective.
Yeah. Or a design wall is a good idea as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't look this. You know, looking that way is different to looking that way. You know, quilts look different on beds than they do up on the wall.
Yeah.
But yes,
on a camera,
Yeah. So, you know, something, you're alternating how these go. You're going to put 2 down either side of your centrepiece, then the 4 across.
Okay.
And then beyond that, you're building out.
So would you make all of these first and then go on to your applique? Whatever you fancy.
I did whenever I made the second one. I didn't whenever I made the first one.
You started with your applique?
I started with my applique, and I'm just, I try to hit the bits that people might find a bit more intimidating. So the stems, so accurate cutting and stitching, and cut your log strips and stitch to that size. You will haven't any problem with your log cabins. So these are short bias strips in the centre.
How am I transferring these from this onto my fabric? Am I just going straight onto fusible?
You're going to use this to draw your shapes onto your fusible web.
Okay.
Apart from your bias strips. Okay.
So Yvonne, I'm not tracing this out as is. I'm using each shape and making myself different ones. Okay. Separate ones.
Yes. With each number.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now good question.
Because I was thinking, someone is going to come and put bonder web and trace round this shape, and actually there's overlapping points here, isn't there?
There are. Each number is a piece. So you should have a total of, 24 little individual pieces.
Yes.
But the things that I've done that are different, that come out of this grey piece, are the little A templates, which are the leaves, and the bias strips. So on the front page, with your grey fabric, you are making 3 bias strips. Now, these are 5/8 of an inch wide. That is what you're cutting.
Okay.
Okay. And a bias strip is on the bias of the fabrics on the diagonal.
This is a really silly question potentially, but what does 5/8 of an inch look like on a ruler?
That's what I'm about. That's why we're doing this bit.
Because if you don't know, your fractions, and we talk a lot about inches or half an inch and quarter of an inch, but where are your markings for 1/8 of an inch?
On this ruler, each little line is an 1/8.
Okay.
So that's 1, 2, 3. So 4/8 is a ½ inch. So the little line beyond the ½ inch, which was 4/8, is 5/8.
Right, okay.
So a 1/2 inch
Plus one
plus
line.
one little line, okay? And you want to be so the very first thing that I have to do, let's do the easy bit first, is I'm going to cut across this because I need to find my bias edge so that I can turn, so that the little stems will be flexible. So I now have a bias edge and I have to go to
The
5/8.
line, which is the next little line past your half.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
The 1/2 inch is too narrow, the 3/4 is too big. Because I tried, because it's a small vase. So this is now a bias strip. And there are different ways to mark your bias strips up. I want to fold this in 3. This is how I do my bias strips. I don't use a bias maker because I'm that person that does these things by hand. So I am turning a 1/3 over and then turning that 1/3 up.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to tack that in place.
So you don't press it at this point?
Well, I don't.
No. Okay.
You can do. There are different ways of doing this. You could mark it with a hero marker.
Yeah.
You probably should have a little bit of spray starch on it.
Yeah.
But I do want it to be reasonably flexible. You can use I'm not sure Clover do a 5/8 bias marker, but I end up with this nice, flexible, and it's only a little bit. It doesn't seem practical to use a machine to do something as short as a couple of inches in length, in my opinion. So I'm stitching along this. Then I have that diagram, which would allow us to find the position for the vase. Now I fiddled with the vase, very fiddle. So if you are going to do any embroidery or any embellishment,
It would be lovely with bead embroidery onto it.
you just I like the idea of having a bit of a crackle or something on it. So I applied the Bondo web onto the back of the fabric, then peeled the paper off. So the back is not terribly neat, but it's not too bad. You can see that the glue is there,
It's still there,
ready to go.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that actually. When you've got Bondo web attached to it, you can still embroider and detail onto it with Bondo web.
And it gives it the stability without putting the starch on it,
Yeah.
because you need the glue there anyway.
You're not going to Bondo web these little stems, are you?
No. You're going to hand stitch those down, which again gives you a
And is that the same technique that you did the moon?
Yes. And we've got our folded edges.
Yeah, just little
and
snips
because we
and
because we folded it in 3, I won't actually have a raw edge showing because the one fold has taken up just a little bit of the second fold.
What's your benefit of using a bias edge?
Well, it means I can have a shape like that.
I see. It's
See,
going to be able to curve.
I could curve that like
Right. Oh, yes.
all the way to there.
You
Now,
wouldn't be able to
that's
do that
an
with your spray
exaggeration.
grain. Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow.
And if I was just cutting it out of fabric and applying the Bondo web to the back of it, then it would be very flat. So I found
For the stems, that's lovely, yes.
I think so. Then this.
I mean, if you wish, if you love this technique, you could do the whole vase.
You could.
Couldn't you?
You
Would I need to add extra
you would.
seam allowance to fold it round each of the pieces?
Yes. You would. They are relatively small pieces. So you probably would want to be on maybe 3/8, a very, very little additional bit. No, 3/8 is too much. You would need to be somewhere between 1/8 and 1/4 of an inch. Outside the template line on here. Yeah. I think I toyed with the idea of putting a little bit of stuffing or doing a different kind of applique on that centerpiece.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thought that would just make it stand out a little bit more. Because the pieces are quite small, instead of going around the outside of the leaves, I've just stitched, excuse me, I've stitched a vein down through the middle of the leaves. I put some lines in here to just take the starkness away from the white. This is white. The centre on the Kansas Troubles is a nice rich green colour. It's almost like butter. Yeah. So you have a piece of ivory called ivory on here, background. And as always, we have given you a piece of fabric that is larger than you will need. You actually will do all of your applique work on this and your embroidery and everything that you need to do. Then you get the opportunity to trim it and to square it up.
Okay.
So you are trimming it down to the size that you need for 2 squares worth. Yeah, and then attaching your squares on.
Yeah. And then you've got a border, then a slimmer border, then an outer border.
Yeah. Because it just
frames it beautifully, doesn't it? And then your
doesn't it?
cornerstones and your binding. It's all in your kit. I know we're
it's bringing, well, I was just going to say, it brings the colour right from the centre, right out to the edge.
A lot has been thought about with these kits. The canvas, the Kansas flowers and the watercolour flowers have all been kitted for you, so you're not having to worry about those positions of colours. They're all there. We've got about 5 minutes left with you, Yvonne, so we want to just talk about the marbled window. Is this one that you've demonstrated on air before?
Yes. Now, please don't ask me when, because I don't remember.
I can ask the voices in my head.
Yes. Let's see if anyone can remember in there.
17th of April. 17th of April 2024. Back in April.
Well, that was whenever I'd just moved the shop. I don't remember anything.
Oh, blur. It was a blur.
A complete and utter blur.
This one is gorgeous, your marble window. It does give that sort of stained glass feel, doesn't it? And this fabric.
Isn't it wonderful?
I've never seen anything quite like this. That is so nice. So you've got here your sort of marble fabric here. And is this appliqué, fusible?
Yes.
Appliqué?
Yes.
And the blocks
are pieced.
Are all pieced?
They are
They're
all
lovely.
pieced. So there's some little tiny squares in there. But I love this block. It's called Brave World, I believe. It's a very traditional block. It's a bit like a pinwheel, but it's gotten the squares in one of the bleeds.
So you create this block here with a little square of triangles.
Yeah.
You demonstrated it on the show, didn't you?
Absolutely, because this was the bit that is the more complex.
Look at that fabric, though. You get this fabric included in your kit, along with... This one looks like a batik. It's not, is it? It's printed.
No,
it's
all
lovely.
of these are printed, but the colourway just works so well with this, because it's picking up all of the colours in here, but with more of a geometric feel to it.
Amazing. Love that. Today, it is just $29.99.
And this is a Moda fabric that is this big background. It's Zen chic, I think.
I don't think we've ever had this one either on air before. That's really nice individually. And then if you just hand-stitched, hand-quilted all around the edge, echo-quilted? Or is that
I have to check. I have to check. I have the line that you can see of that sort of turquoise is just embroidered, but then between that line and the actual applique piece, it is quilted. So shall we?
Machine quilted.
It's machine quilted.
And so to get it light on the back, do you use a bobbin?
Yeah,
or what?
there's two coloured threads. So this is a very nice calico on the back. So it's a cream on the bobbin.
Yeah.
And this is like a tealy navy.
Yeah.
That's out here.
Blending in beautifully with that modest chic.
It's gorgeous,
It
isn't it?
is.
Because it's like, I think it's like little pin dots of light.
Suitable, would you say that this is, it says here 3 spools in difficulty level. What takes it up that notch then?
I think it's probably the fact that you need to be reasonably accurate with your applique to get these at the right angle.
Yeah.
And then these are very small pieces. This finished block size is 4 inches, I think.
Yeah.
So that little square is finished at 2 inches. So, you know, you're working your way down. That's a 1 inch square. So these are tiny.
Oh, it's lovely though, isn't it?
But it's nice. And you've got all this variety of colour running through because the fabrics are different. You know, this is the same as this, is the same as that one. So you've got that colour movement running through.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Yvonne.
Well, that's okay.
When are you off to Belfast then?
I start driving on Monday.
And so when does it open?
On Thursday the 22nd. We're open the 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
I'll go and say hello to Yvonne if you're there. You'll be
Please
there
do.
for the whole time.
Oh, I will. Village Fabrics will be trading. My daughter Helen is coming with me, and she will either be on the front desk, being quilt fair, or she will be on the Village Fabrics. I'm hoping I'm going to have a little table at Village Fabrics, and I get to sit down and do some demos there.
Oh, brilliant.
But it's not guaranteed yet, but that's what I'm hoping I can do, because I just love meeting people.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You know, I generally like people.
That's
It
what's
goes
really
a long
nice,
way,
isn't it, about the quilt fairs and the socials? It's really nice.
You know, it's very gratifying whenever people recognise you and say, oh, you know, I liked what you did, or, you know, thanks for sending me that out, or whatever. That makes it all worthwhile. We're very lucky in the community that we're in, aren't we?
It's a lovely community.
And
enjoy quilt
so-
fair. And your birthday, like Birdie told me it's your birthday before then.
Yeah, it's my birthday on Saturday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I've applied for my bus pass, or my daughter has applied for my bus pass for me. And then I go to Belfast, I come home, I go back to Belfast, and then I come back, and we're very busy in the shop with a number of groups coming to visit us. And then I'm back here on the 18th.
18th. Oh my gosh, so you have got a whirlwind a couple of weeks, haven't you?
My overnight bag stroke suitcase is just...
Gonna be living out of
I
it.
just hope I have enough clean clothes. But
Thank you
yeah,
so
so
much.
it's going to be month 8.
Yeah, on the
18th of
18th.
September.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so
Thank
much.
you.
We'll see
Well,
you
no,
there.
lovely to see you.
Have a look back through and see if there are any of the blocks left. If you wanted anything from Yvonne's block of the month or any of the quilt kits that we've had today. It's amazing all round today. We've got Stuart Hillard waiting in the wings. He's going to talk us through 2 amazing brother machines, a sewing machine and embroidery machine that are already selling. Do not go anywhere. We are back right after this.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers, live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape, maximum 3 minutes, introducing yourself and either demonstrate a make or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique. Send your video to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of searching for a sewing star. You may find your video is too large to send via email, so you can make it smaller by using wetransfer.com. You have until Friday the 6th of September 2024 to send your entries in. The Sewing Street team will then select the best entries to appear on Sewing Street. Keep your eyes peeled here for confirmation on dates. And good luck!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, we're having a lovely day, aren't we? Hope you are still with us, still here, still joining us. We have got the most fabulous machine. Are you all right? Why are you giggling?
I hope you're still with us.
No, I meant through the whole morning. I know some people who come in at 8 o'clock, but yeah. Sorry,
Oh,
I
no,
didn't mean
I
it like
used to
that.
love saying that to people. You know, I'd say things like, oh, should we have a cup of tea at 3 o'clock? And they'd say, oh, I won't be here then. I go, oh, don't talk like that. It can't be that bad. Oh.
Well, I'm so pleased you're still here, Stuart.
Oh, don't talk like that. Of course,
We're
I'm
still
still
here
here.
at 12 o'clock.
Yes. Well, this is an exciting hour.
Sorry to
Vic.
interrupt your ironing.
I'm
here,
doing a
just
little bit of
doing
ironing.
A little bit of
yeah.
ironing from you. His
Look
boys
at
wash
this.
loading. This
Yes.
show shirt for tomorrow.
I really do.
No, we have got the NV1100, which it's been on twice before, sold out every time it's been on. So I am eager to know what it is
What's
that
the skinny?
everyone's loving about
Absolutely.
the
Oh,
NV1100.
yeah.
First of all, I'm just going to do the little housekeeping bits before we sort of, what's the thing, wide you up, let you go, because Stuart's got so much to talk to us about. But it is in single figures right now. It is exclusive to Sewing Street with the bundle that we're offering you today, because it comes with this whole quilting kit. So if I spin it round, then you can see on the back, it comes with your wide extension table. It comes with your quilter's foot, your quilter. Oh, no. Right, let's start again. Sorry. Your quilter.
Do you want me to talk it
4-foot
through?
holder.
I know, that really confused me.
Quilter 4-foot holder.
I know. So basically,
Sorry,
you know,
I'm
it's that metal bar that goes out of the walking
yes.
foot that you can vary the width. So you basically don't have to keep on drawing the lines. You can just line them up.
Your quilting guide bar, we'll say. It also comes with your walking foot.
Yep.
It comes with your 1/4 inch piecing foot.
Yep.
It comes with a Freemason guide grip. Ooh.
That's amazing.
And an open toe quilting foot as well, which is like your Freemason, your darning foot.
Yeah, I mean, basically, this is £160 worth of quilting kit for free.
Wow.
Included with a machine that's already under £1,000.
Can I just quickly ask about this Freemotion guide grip? Because I've never seen anything like that. It looks like an embroidery hoop.
Exactly right. Yeah. So it's like an embroidery hoop. It has a rubber sort of foot all around the bottom, and basically it sits on top of your quilt, and you hold onto the sides, and it just moves around. So you don't have to grip with your fingers and push your quilt around. You literally gently hold that hoop. It doesn't actually. It's not like an embroidery hoop where you have two parts that you squish together. It just sits on top. Should we get it out?
Let's do
Let's
it.
actually let's do an unboxing.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is all free
Here, I'll
today,
do
isn't
this.
it? £160 worth that you would pay for free. And let's face it, going forward is getting the scissors. You would want your walking foot, you would want your free motion foot, you'd want your extension table. So
It's a
these
dream
are all-
package, Vicky.
They're all really useful things,
Yeah.
is what I mean. It's not like, oh, you get in a box of freebies that you might not use. You'll
I know.
use all these.
And it's everything you want the machine to come with.
Well, that's your free. They're
But
your
you don't
free
want to pay
bundle
for
today. But it already comes with a fabulous selection of things as standard,
Yeah.
doesn't it? As well.
Oh,
There
I
you
mean,
go.
it
There's
really,
the list of things that come in the
really
box.
does. I'm going to let you have the empty box back.
Thank you.
You can't be trusted with the contents.
I know.
it's-
I'm all nervous.
It's amazing, Vix. Let me give you a quick rundown. You're getting on this machine, so this is a fabulous Brother computerised machine. You're getting 140 stitches. You're getting 5 alphabets.
Wow.
You're getting 10 automatic one-step buttonholes.
Brilliant.
It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
So-
you also combining stitches is so easy.
So who is this designed for? Because obviously we've got a quilting kit that's
Yeah.
included. But if I'm a dressmaker, I'm just thinking the buttonholes.
Yeah, 10 buttonholes
Yeah.
for a start. You've also got, of course, all these feet have been taken out, haven't they? Of course they have. You've also got all of your over-edge stitching. You've got your stitches for sewing things like jersey, stretch fabrics, lycra, knit fabric. So you've got all of those included. So if you are a dressmaker, this is an absolutely amazing machine.
Right, so it isn't just for quilters.
No.
This is going to be a machine that does lots of your
It
sewing
is.
needs.
But also as well, I just want to show you. Let me show you a few things, actually.
Oh, there's lots.
So here's your extension table. You get your extension table included. I mean, just an extension table on its own of this quality, you're talking around about £50 for an
Brilliant.
extension table. I'm going to pop it on the machine and just show you. So we've already got a machine that's got an enormous throat space.
Fantastic.
So not only has it got a good throat space, it's also the size of the harp. This is what we call the harp. The size of the height as well as the depth is there.
What does that make a difference when you're
So
rolling
if you
up a
think-
big quilt?
Right, exactly right. If you're rolling up a quilt, if you're doing big dressmaking projects, if you're doing larger home deck projects. So that's one of the things that I want to emphasise most about this machine is its capacity, its size. It's not a massive machine. It's not going to take up loads of space on your table, but where it matters, it's really big. Now, you've got your accessory box.
Oh, that's good, so
Slides
you can-
off. But also,
free arm.
Vix, this is, you've even got extras here because, yes, you've got your storage at the front,
Mm-hmm.
all right, but you've also got storage at the back.
Oh, I've not seen a machine that has that before.
Yeah.
And we always need extra storage, don't we?
Even if it's for sweeties or
Your little
needles.
scissors, yeah,
Exactly.
snips, things like that.
So you've got that, okay. You've also, so here's your free arm for doing things like dressmaking, bag making.
Sleeves, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. You've also got your button at the back for dropping the feed dogs for free motion quilting, applique, darning. Yeah. Then I'm going to pop the extension table on because this is when you think, oh, hang on now. This is that dream machine I've been wishing for with all of that extra space and all of that extra capacity that I've always wanted. Look at that big, stable work.
Yes.
So this again is about those larger projects,
Yeah.
those big applique blocks, the big bags you're making, the quilts you're quilting.
Well, would you, if you have a designated sewing space, would you always just leave your extension table
To
on
be fair,
anyway?
I do.
Yeah.
I rarely use it with the accessory box on. I will use it with the free arm, of
Yeah.
course, for bag making, for
Yeah.
me particularly. You're also getting a knee lift with this machine. So I would not consider my main machine without a knee lift.
What do you use a knee lift for?
Okay, so
We never demonstrate them on air because
No.
otherwise, well, you wouldn't be able to see them.
the reason why we can't is because you need to be sitting down.
Yeah.
Because this part fits into a little hole in the front of the machine. This hangs below the table, okay? So I want you to imagine that this, my elbow, is actually my knee.
Okay.
Yeah? So what you do, your knee sits against this bar and you just push with your knee. You push on the bar.
And what's
and
that
what
going
this
to do?
does then is it lifts and lowers the presser foot. So what I'm going to do, Vix, I'm just going to move this forward.
Well, I was on with Adam Brooks the other day, and he was doing a funny jig with his legs. He was like, I'm so sorry, I'm so used to a knee lift. I just
To be honest, I can do exactly that. So I've got my knee up. So if you have a look now at the presser foot.
Oh my gosh, and you're just doing that with your knee?
So that's with my knee. Look.
That is great for your glutes as well.
Look. So I'm quilting, and then I want to reposition,
Right,
and
so
carry
you're
on
not having to
quilting.
stop and reach
This
behind.
constant, look,
Fabulous.
it's great, isn't it?
So you wouldn't personally consider a machine that didn't have a knee lift?
No.
It comes with a knee lift?
Never, never. I've got machines that don't have knee lifts, and they're my take to a workshop, use when my machine's being serviced, things like that. But for my machine that I'm going to do all of my work on, really, I've got to have a knee lift.
We are oversubscribed in baskets, by the way. Oversubscribed.
And remember, you're getting all of this for under £1,000. You've got your dressmaking feet, of course, your zipper foot, your buttonhole foot, your button sewing foot, your over-edge stitching foot. And I am going to mention now, and I probably shouldn't, but I am going to mention now that on Friday, I'm going to have the Brother Side Cutter foot on the 10 o'clock show.
Hang on, does that have a blade on it?
Right, so yeah, I'm just going to get this out. You can't buy this yet.
But does this go on that machine?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Fantastic. By the way, this machine, 5 left, and we're on 5-way split pay. I've just noticed it is under £200 to get it home. And it will come with the quilting kit. It'll come with all the accessories that Stuart's mentioning as standard. And this is a foot that will fit onto your machine that is launching on Friday. 10
And
o'clock.
basically what this does is it's got a blade here. It fits onto your, and basically you're going to use either, you can use a straight stitch, a zigzag, or any of the over-edge stitching stitches.
So it kind of turns your machine into an overlock.
It does like an
Obviously,
overlocker.
it's only 2 threads,
Right.
but still, it's
Yeah.
going to give you that.
Basically, as you're sewing, this blade comes down onto the metal plate, cuts the edge of your fabric off while you're stitching your over-edge stitches.
Yeah, all your
So you
zigzag
end up
or-
with
yeah.
this perfect, neat cut edge with stitches that go over the edge, like an overlocker would. This is going to be, I think, £40.
What?
So
That's
you've
so
got your
good.
£1,000 machine that's got almost everything you could possibly want, apart from, can it do the job of an overlocker? Well, for an extra £40 on Friday, yes. All right.
Fabulous. Oh my gosh,
So,
I'll be watching 10 o'clock.
can I just say, though, this, we don't have anything like the stock that I would want of
Okay.
this. We've never done one before, so I think
No.
it's a bit of a trial run. But this fits the MV1100. It does also fit the FS250. So if you've got the FS250 and you would like it to have the functionality of cutting and over-edge stitching on your machine, on your Brother machine, this
Watch
is the
on
foot.
Friday.
Anyway, I digress. I want to just show you the fabulous, like, quilting.
Yeah. So has it got like a grip on the button?
Yeah. Can you see this grey?
Yeah.
So this is like a rubber, almost like a foot. So I call it a foot. You know, like a snail has a foot. The bit that goes along the ground is called its foot. Well, this is like a rubber foot, and it grips. So if I show you, with fabric, you have to grip that fabric for things like applique or for top stitching or for quilting, of course.
Yeah.
With this, look.
Oh, yeah.
It just...
Oh, that is good.
And I mean, literally, one finger.
Oh, I've not seen
well,
that
you do need
before.
kind of pressure either side, I think. But look, that is it. So that goes under.
Yeah.
So I would say, even if you're piecing, dressmaking, and you struggle sometimes to keep a grip of your fabrics, try this.
Yeah, that's really good shout if you're
It's
working
really
with
cool.
slippery viscose or, you know, something that's a bit more...
So you get this included as well.
Brilliant.
Plus your walking foot, your darning foot, your guide bar, your 1/4-inch patchwork foot, your extension table. That's £160 of extras. They don't come as standard with this machine, Vix.
Fantastic, exclusive to Sewing Street that you're getting this bundle at that price. Just so you know, there are 9 of you who've got this in your basket. There are 5 left to be allocated. 5 left to be allocated. £199.99 on split pay. Under £200 on split pay. To get it on 5-way split pay is brilliant. Just to remind you, every single time it's been on air, it's completely sold out. I'm not surprised. There's a rundown again of the machine feet that come as standard. So forgetting all of the freebies Stuart's just been talking about, there's 4 left now, by the way. You're also getting all of your, you know, like you said, your blind hem stitch foot, your zipper foot, your overcasted foot, buttonhole foot. You've got all of your standard feet, your J foot, which is your satin stitch foot. When will the brother cutting foot be available? On Friday at 10 o'clock, Julia. Friday at 10. Set your alarm. It will fit this machine, and we wanted to mention it for anybody who is.
Yeah. Will that be available from 8 o'clock?
Yeah, it'll be on pre-order.
I'd get in there at 8 o'clock.
There's not enough,
honestly,
is there?
There really aren't. There really aren't. I mentioned earlier on in the William Morris show that the J foot, the standard foot that comes with the machine, the zigzag foot, actually is longer than a standard foot.
Okay, what benefit does that,
Well, the feed dogs are also longer than you get on a standard machine. And what that means is that the contact area is bigger. So your fabric is held securely, is fed, more of it is fed in one go. It's all being held there. So it's a more secure way. It's holding the layers together.
Brilliant.
It's improving the quality of the stitch. And I'll be honest with you, I struggle to keep like my stitches straight, if that makes sense. I was amazed at the difference using this machine made. I'm just going to do a few lines of straight stitches now. What's fab, Vix, on this, you've got, when you turn your machine on, you've actually got a little display panel on the front. Your first 10 stitches are just a quick selection.
Ollie, how easy is it to show you that front desk? Can we twist it slightly? Just because I want to see what that front panel looks like. Because you did say to me earlier on, Vic, this is really intuitive. And it's
so easy. I can turn this around a little bit more. Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's not a natural thing to do, but there you go.
So if you look at this screen here, you've got 10 stitches. So things like your straight stitch left, centre, you've got things like your zigzags, you've got a triple stitch, a stretch stitch. Those are all quick selections.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
So they're the ones you're probably going to use most. Yeah, that's your speed dial. Next up, we're now into the second load of stitches, which is all our utility stitches. So that's where I'm going to go from. You know, for such a sophisticated machine that's going to grow with you for years and years and years, it's incredibly simple to use.
Yeah.
Incredibly easy to use. One of the easiest sewing machines I think I've ever sat down.
Well, you said you've gone back to using Brother machines, haven't you? Your sewing studio is a Brother machine. They are very intuitive. They're workhorse machines. And it's all, you know, it's all well and good. There's lots of machines that are all very singy and dancey and have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stitches. But the main thing is you want it to stitch a straight line really well.
I know. And can you... Where can I show you this? Look
just
at
where you
how
were, it's fine.
Straight that line of stitching. I couldn't do that on a lesser machine.
Wow.
I know it sounds weird to say this, but the individual stitches go a bit wonky and crooked. You know what I'm talking about at home.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to describe. When you're on the Rolls Royce, it's very difficult to show you how it looks like on anything else. But even when you're holding the machine really carefully, you end up with a little bit of a wobble. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they all
it's so
straight.
cool. I'm going to do a bit of zigzag. It's just the quality of stitch is so lovely. I feel so confident using bright red thread against a cream background.
Well, that is confidence, isn't it?
I want you to see how...
And you're barely touching this, you know, it is the feed dogs that are allowing you to feed that fabric
Vix,
through.
you saw actually, I wasn't touching the fabric. All I was doing was keeping an eye that it was staying straight. Look at that.
Brilliant.
Look at that beautiful line of stitching. And it's really stayed equal distance. I wasn't touching the fabric.
Yeah.
That's how good the guiding system
Brilliant.
is on this NV1100.
Now, you say there's 140 stitches in total.
Yes.
But obviously then we can override
There's
certain
more than that.
stitches to then make larger zigzags. What's the maximum stitch width that this goes to, Stuart?
7 mil.
7 mil?
Yeah, but the other thing as well, just talking about number of stitches, is that you've actually got, oh gosh, is it called My Stitch Creator? You can actually create your own stitches.
What?
Right, so
Hang on, we're not talking about the embroidery machine here.
No,
the
no,
sewing
no.
machine, you can create your own.
Yeah, so let me just find it quickly. My Custom Stitch, there we go, My Custom Stitch. So what this is, so actually you can combine the stitches which are already in the machine.
Okay.
Just like you would, you know, VICKY.
So it has a memory to be able to...
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have that memory stitch where you have to keep pressing
Yeah.
M
Oh,
after
okay.
every... You literally type in what you want and it just all adds together. I'll show you in a sec.
Oh,
So you
amazing.
can do that, but you can also do it with the decorative stitches.
Yeah.
So, for example, you could have, you know, a little swirl followed by a flower, followed by a swirl, followed by a... So you can create your own like that.
Borders.
But My Custom Stitch, you can literally map out where you want the stitches to go. So if you wanted to create like, this is like a sort of stylized dove or like in a line, that is created from scratch.
Do you do that on the machine or is that a separate piece of software on an app or something? Do you know?
No, so you have a grid sheet, which you get with your machine.
Yeah.
And you map out the pattern on that, and then you enter the data from your grid into the machine. So it's
that's
almost
so
like
clever.
coordinates. It's almost
I'm
like
with you.
coordinates.
That is so clever,
It's
isn't it?
really clever. This one here is one of the like over edge stitches.
Oh, lovely. So
Look at
along,
that.
if you combine that along with your new foot that you're going to be
Cut a
adding for
foot.
only £40.
I know. The worst thing is, Vix, we're not going to have this machine on Friday, are we?
No, there's 2
machine's
left,
gonna
and
be
there's
gone.
15 remaining. So, yeah, 15 in baskets and 2 left. Sorry, not 15 remaining, 2 left.
I'm
So,
just
yeah,
going to go
they'll
into decorative stitches for a
So,
moment.
yeah, what decorative stitches have you got on there?
Got some lovely ones. So this is the next button down, and it will say, is it okay to cancel the current selection? And you just click OK. It's just checking before it wipes out what you were doing previously. I really like that.
Yeah.
And then let's just pick a couple of pretty decorative stitches. 24 is rather... This is lovely. I want to do some quilting with this because I think this will be a really... I'll show you the stitch.
Even though that's a longer foot, it's still got that lovely clear view.
Oh, it's
Hasn't it?
absolutely superb.
Oh, this looks a nice stitch.
I know, it's ace. I'm going to do a little bit of that, and then I'm going to do a little bit of something else. Let's do number 10.
And is it telling me what, you know, it's automatically defaulting to its recommended stitch width, stitch length? Is it telling me what
Yes.
foot I need to put
Yes,
on?
absolutely. All those normal things you
Yeah.
want.
Does
And
it have a thread cutter?
Oh gosh, it certainly does.
Good.
You mean the little scissors?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's got that. Oh yeah.
They're all things that I want, you know, when you upgrade your machine.
Well, those are
Dream
things that people say
machine.
to me now, oh, I couldn't have a machine without.
Yeah, like you said, your knee lift.
Knee
your
lift.
thread cutter.
Thread cutter. The
Free motion foot.
the needle threading device is
Oh, it's got an
amazing.
automatic needle threader.
Yeah, but it's so much better than the majority.
Oh,
You
brilliant.
know what I mean?
You can change your stitches as you are. You just change stitch as you were sewing.
Yeah. So look at the. I mean, they're just gorgeous. Love this little star. Love this little feather.
Oh my gosh, it's
They're
brilliant.
gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
You
Right.
can make yourself a little sampler, like a little machine mat or something.
really
It's very lovely and quiet, actually, isn't it?
It is a lovely quiet
For a big
machine.
machine,
Yeah.
it's not vibrating, or, you know, I always think of big machines to be quite
I know,
noisy, but they're not.
exactly. No, it's a really, really quiet machine. Let's do a buttonhole
Yes.
while we're here.
And
So
you
I'm gonna-
say alphabets. There is options to do your monogramming and your personalising with alphabets.
Yeah, I'll show you that too.
No, the show schedule is wrong. It's on Friday. Sorry, just for context, that we just had a message saying the show says tomorrow. Oh, hang on, he's saying, hang on. I think it's Friday. I think it is Friday at 10. Tomorrow you've got your Aliso mini iron. Okay, we'll look into it. We'll come back to you.
My understanding is it's Friday, definitely. So I was just going to show you how to sew, to do a buttonhole and a button. All right.
Okay.
So on the back of your buttonhole foot, you've got this slider.
Yeah.
So slide that out. Put the button that you want to, sew a buttonhole for. This is going to measure the button. All right. This is going to click on. So
Do you know the amount of people that sort of, you look at a dress and it's got lots of buttons and you kind of have that dread of, Nowadays with these buttonhole feet, they do it for you, don't they?
Really do. They really do. It's
one machine
so
left.
Easy.
Yeah.
So easy. So now I need to just choose my buttonhole. So I'm going to go back to utilities.
How many do you have to choose from?
10, and they're all automatic one step. And you might be asking, why on earth do I need that many? Surely a buttonhole is a buttonhole. But it's not. You need a different buttonhole on stretch fabric to woven, because the buttonhole's got to stretch on stretch fabric. If you're going to have a vertical or a horizontal buttonhole, if you're going to have a buttonhole that's for particularly thick, chunky, the domed buttons, you need a keyhole buttonhole for that. What about if it's going to be on a coat? That's a different kind of buttonhole to a blouse.
So it's good to have that.
So you've got them all. You've got them all, and they're one step. And one step means that you just put your foot on the pedal or press go. So yes, you can absolutely use this machine pedal free. You just use the start stop button on the front.
Brilliant.
So this is a lovely stretch buttonhole.
That was super speedy.
Really fast. It will lock your stitches at the end, and then you press your scissor function and it's going to cut the thread. And look, there isn't even a thread on the top for me to trim.
And then to open that buttonhole, do I just go in with my scissors?
Seam ripper.
Seam ripper.
Use your seam ripper. Let me just...
Does it come with a little seam ripper?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it does.
Of course it does.
In your little accessory box.
Honestly.
Can I remind you, this deal comes with all your quilting box as well. It's got lots of goodies that don't normally come as standard. £160 worth of goodies, including your walking foot, free motion foot, quarter of an inch foot, quilt guide, an extension table, all included at that price today, and on split pay, 5-way split pay.
So just a quick tip, when you're opening up a buttonhole, grab a pin and put it through the very end of the buttonhole.
Oh, so you don't rip straight
Otherwise,
through
you
it.
just go straight out the other side. You get to the pin and you can't go any further.
Oh, brilliant.
And that's it, open. And then obviously I've got the button in the back.
You know it's going to fit.
I mean, I know it's going to fit, but just to prove it, here we
Very
go.
clever.
So here's my buttonhole, and there we go. Perfect size. Look, absolutely the perfect size buttonhole.
Love that.
Should we sew the button on while we're here?
Okay, why not?
Yeah, why not? Now, what's lovely...
Do you get a button sewing foot?
Yeah, you do. I know.
Oh, I've never seen how you use these. I always talk about them. Go on, let me see. What do they look like
so, well,
then?
first of all, what this one's got, which most don't have, is a little button here, a slider that you can push forward and back. And with it forward, this creates a shanked button.
What's the shanked button, sorry?
You know those buttons which aren't sewn flat to a garment? They have a little shank or a little stand of thread.
Yeah.
So they sit proud.
Yeah.
Usually with thicker fabric.
Yeah.
So that's your shank. So you can have that, or you can retract it, and then it doesn't have a shank.
Okay, so then that will sit flush.
Flat.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can vary it depending on
Oh,
what
and not all sewing feet.
most button sewing feet don't have that feature.
And then how do I attach this? Does this just clip on as well? Is this
Yes, it's a little bar. Yeah, you just put that underneath.
Is it just the walking foot and free motion foot that I'll be using my screwdriver to change?
Right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Now then, on your main sort of utility mode 1, you've got sewing a button option number 70. So we'll type that in. Done. Okay.
So
So
it's telling me what foot I need to wear, you know, use, what foot I
yeah, I mean, I've got my button sewing foot there.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that on, put the button in, lower the presser foot, and that's going to hold the button in place. And you want the shank between the first two holes.
Okay.
Okay. So then what I recommend you do is to hand crank, okay, through 1 or 2 revolutions, just to make sure it's not hitting the button. And then ooh, lift the buttonhole lever. Sorry, I've left the buttonhole lever down. I'm doing my buttonhole. Right, there we go. It sews back and forth, and then it locks the stitch. That's it. And then obviously I've got the second set of holes to do. So again, hand crank.
And that's gone across both. Oh, we need to see this afterwards. This is brilliant.
And there we
Oh, fabulous.
All done.
All stitched on.
All
Perfect buttonhole.
all stitched on. There it is.
Fantastic.
And all locked off. Yeah.
Amazing.
It's fab, isn't it?
What else can you show us, Stuart?
Right, let's do a bit of words.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
We've
you
got our
say that you
alphabets.
don't need to be putting in letter, memory,
No.
memory. How do I
Okay.
start writing in the name then?
So, shall I swivel it around
Yes,
again so I can show you
please.
on the screen?
Is it a very heavy machine, Stuart?
I think if I remember rightly, it's 10 kilos.
Oh, right, okay.
So it is sturdy.
Yeah, it's
it
not
is
gonna be bouncing
quality,
around your
But you could definitely
table.
take this to classes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Right, is that far enough around? No. No, it is not. 14 kilograms, thank you. So it's a little bit heavier than I said. That's what you want, though. That's everything in the box. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to the alphabet button, which is the last one. Now remember, if I've been doing something, when I go into a different mode, it's going to say, is it okay to cancel the current pattern?
Okay, and what do
Are
you
you sure you've
click?
finished doing buttonholes?
If you're happy
you
with
just
that.
click OK.
Oh, yeah, you've got your OK button, I can see.
All right, so now I'm into my alphabets, and I can scroll through. I've got my different alphabets.
Oh, so you've got like a, oh, what's it called? Go back to the first one.
oh,
So you've got your script,
cursive.
fancy one, and then you've got cursive.
Cursive.
Fabulous.
And you've got your outline.
Yeah.
Then you've got Cyrillic, and then you've actually got Japanese kanji.
Oh, fabulous.
I know. And there's some examples in the manual so that you could write some little
Japanese
yeah,
visits.
yeah,
Well, you know, if
can.
you're doing Yvonne's quilt.
There you go. There
Yeah.
you go. So then all you've got to do is use your ready reckoner. The glasses are going on, Vix. I mean business. Right, okay.
glasses.
Well, I've given in reading glasses. They're helping so much. I can actually thread a needle
Yeah.
now. Right, so let's write Vicky, shall we? So,
Oh, and it's all
V
there.
is 22. So I type in 22,
Oh, and it's
there's
come
my
up.
V.
Okay.
I is 9. There's my I. So you see, I'm not pressing C.
Yeah.
Sorry, memory.
Yeah.
Right, 03 gives
And so,
me my C.
can I do quite a long sequence
You
at this
can do
point?
50.
50?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so if you're doing dates or names or weddings and different things versus, then this is brilliant.
Vicky?
Yeah.
And then, should we just finish it off with a little decorative swirl?
Go on then.
So then we'll go into decorative and we'll go 03. So now we've got a little decorative. Oh, that's not, no, I didn't want that one.
That's a
I'm
swallow,
going to go
isn't
back.
it? A little bird.
I wanted the second lot of decorative stitches. There's 2 lots. That's what I wanted.
Oh,
Okay.
lovely. Yeah.
So that's in now. I'm ready to stitch. That's how easy it is.
Gosh, this is brilliant.
It's so simple, isn't it?
Oh,
So I'll
just
turn
looking at the
machine
front.
back.
So you've got a speed variation control in there. You've got your thread cutter. You've got lock and stitch. Everything that you want to see on the front of the machine is there.
Everything is there. Everything is there.
Bobbin winders there. Top loading bobbin.
Yep.
Nice.
And it's a really fast bobbin winding system. It's super easy to use as well. It's an absolute dream of a machine. I particularly love, I know this is a bit nerdy and techie, but it's important. I just love that longer J-foot and the longer feed dogs and that square feed system. It's made such a difference to the quality of my stitching.
Well, it's things like that that give you, because a lot of machines have got a scissor, scissor function, or a lot of machines have got the alphabet functions. So it is, right, what is tipping the post for you?
The refinement.
Yeah, what is the difference? Why am I going to want this machine? And it could be because of that longer, you can actually see the length of that J-foot there, can't you?
Totally.
23 in basket, 1 remaining. There is literally 1 left. This is going to be great for labelling, for quilt labelling.
Yeah, it really, oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just going to show you where it's written, Vicky. Now, obviously, there are connecting threads that you would just go in with a pair of embroidery scissors and snip out those threads in between. But there's Vicky, and there's my little symbol. And actually, what I think would be lovely would be the symbol at the front. Yeah. Or the other thing is, I'm going to have to start again, but let me just show you why doing it just at one end might be helpful. So I'm going to. So once you've taken your foot off the pedal and you put your foot back down, it'll stitch the whole sequence again. Brilliant. So if I want to do a repeat of that.
Yeah, but if you want it to stop, just be aware. Will it automatically stop when it's finished your sequence?
It'll automatically stop at 1. Okay. You can program it to do more, but I'm just going to show you an easy way to do it.
Have you got your foot down, or have you got a start-stop button on there?
No, I'm just using the foot pedal. Right. So now what I'm going to do is take my foot off the pedal. Yeah. That's me demonstrating taking my foot off the pedal. Now I'm going to sew it again. So now it's going to sew Vicky and that symbol again. So what I'm thinking is, you're coming round for dinner. I mean, you are coming round.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
You're welcome. What am I cooking? Tell me.
Oh, you're very good at Sunday roast, aren't you?
Sunday dinner I'll do for you. Yeah. You pick the meat. Or veggie. I do a mean nut roast.
Do you?
Oh, I do a gorgeous nut roast.
Well, you don't do traditional Christmas dinners, do you, actually?
Not very often, no. I have done. Well, the last time I did it, we'd actually raised the turkey ourselves. We couldn't have put more love and attention in. And my 8-year-old niece took one mouthful and said, "Why is turkey always dry?" And I just thought, well, there you are. I give up. She's right. So now I don't. But what I'm thinking is napkins. Yeah, that are personalised.
Oh, wow.
Either along one edge or all the way round or something like that.
Oh, it's so easy to do.
Yeah, and this is what I'm going to put. Oh, look! Where can I look at that?
Oh, imagine!
Vicky. And you've got that symbol in.
Brilliant.
It's that metal Mickey, isn't it?
Oh, well done, everybody who's checked out. There is 1 remaining. It's the curse of the 1. I think there's over 20 of you who've got it in your basket. There is 1 remaining. I will let you know as soon as it's gone. It will sell out if you're watching on a replay. Honestly, it's so handy, isn't it, having Stuart here to go through those things, because if you were in a shop looking at a sewing machine, then you just wouldn't get the guidance and the chance to see a demonstration like that. So I know that will have swayed your decision. Rush to the phone, rush to the web. You can get the last one today. Thank you, Stuart. Amazing demo. Now, something else that is back in stock today. Oh, my word. Last time I bought this to you, it completely sold out. It is £599, and it is your brother. Oh, my gosh, I was waiting for it. Oh, yes. Sorry, the reason I did a squeal is because we weren't able to check this before the show, because if we checked it, then we probably would have had to flag it with the office and tell them that it were on split pay. It's on 5-way split pay. I know I said to you we won't be able to do the 5-way split pay again. It was supposed to be just for the Quilt Festival, but it hasn't been taken off. Take advantage of that, because it is the most amazing embroidery machine. Download, when it's on the way to you, download Artsperia, I think the app is called. It's absolutely brilliant because you get loads of free embroidery stitches on there. You can customise and personalise your own if you're doing workwear, companies, logos, anything. I know people, Stuart, who have got, you know, a business who aren't sewers, that have very successful businesses just embroidering, for customising. Because, don't get me wrong, the Brother machine that we've just looked at, absolutely amazing, and it offers you the option to personalise with your monogramming. It is a different thing when you're looking at a solely, you know, embroidery unit.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I mean, the good news about this is if you think about the previous machine, which is kind of like your all kinds of sewing, quilting, under 1,000. This machine under 600. So actually, for a combined price of £1,600.
Wow.
Now, try and find a combined sewing embroidery machine for under £1,600 of that quality.
Well, if I'm honest, I prefer to have them separate because you can be busy sewing, busy embroidering at the same time.
That's a really good point.
But also, I have a bad experience with a washer-dryer system, I think, and combi machines scare me. I'd rather have one that does the thing really, really well and one that is built especially for embroidery.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So, like you said, try and find £1,600 combi machine that is the best of its kind on both
But I think you're right. Having the two separate machines means you can literally set this up, press go, it's embroidering while you're sewing. This is your Brother embroidery only machine.
Yeah, so not a sewing machine.
No foot pedal. Okay, it's got a darning foot attached. That is on there all the time. You don't change that foot. It's got a darning foot. It's got an embroidery hoop. If you do hand embroidery, you'll recognise the sort of idea of this. Your fabric, your stabiliser goes into this hoop, is squished together. In fact, I'll use a little bit of
I learned all about different kinds of stabilisers, Stuart. You know, you can use like water solubles and all sorts, which give you like, you can make jewellery, like lace and all sorts, can't you?
Well, actually, a lovely lady, Dawn, was showing me yesterday, she's doing some, I've done that upside down. She's doing some three-dimensional lace bells for Christmas.
Oh.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
I know.
It's very
amazing. Absolutely
amazing. If you are checking out on the embroidery machine today, in fact, get yourself this, because I didn't realise these were in stock, the premium stabiliser set. And this is your starter set. They're not samples, though. You get really good sizes, a way of tearaway, washaways and cutaway stabilisers. They weren't available last time that I was here with them. So if you do want them, they're £15.99. There is a really good book in there that comes with lots of information of where you would use certain stabilisers.
I'd really recommend that.
That's an amazing set.
Even if you've had an embroidery machine for a while, you've probably only been using one or possibly two different stabilisers so far, because the rest of them just seem like, what even are they? So this is a really, really good way of getting all of the information. So I've just hooped up some fabric. This is your hoop size. It's 10 centimetres or 4 inches square. I know it's a rectangle, but your embroidery area is 4 inches square. So imagine that you can do so much with that. Loads of gorgeous motifs, pictures, you know, loads of different things, but also think about things like football team logos, your local darts team, your workwear, maybe you know, your book club, your sewing club.
Hen do's, parties.
Right. And you can have those images digitised. I mean, you can learn to do it yourself.
Stuart.
Yeah.
It keeps coming up on my social media. I wonder whether we can do this. Do you know if you were to have a photograph or a picture of something, could I turn that into embroidery stitching?
You can. So the Artspira app is brilliant.
It's free app.
Yeah, it is. There's a free and there's a paid for version, so you've got the choice of two. The paid for one comes with like loads and loads of monthly downloads that you get of new embroidery designs, but also search and you can get hundreds, thousands of designs that will fit within a 4-inch hoop for a Brother. That's all you need. When you're buying or getting free ones, you just need to make sure it'll fit within a 4-inch hoop and it's compatible with Brother. On the side of your machine, you've got space for a USB port.
Brilliant.
So if you've already got embroideries on USBs, they'll go, all right? But equally, I'm going to keep it round to the front because this is also Wi-Fi enabled.
Oh,
so you can go straight from the Artspira app.
Fantastic. And there's a QR code, in fact, on the top of the machine there that will take you straight to the manual, which will show you all this. You don't need to remember all of this information.
But this is literally, so this is how you put it in. So you've got, there's two little sort of metal pegs there on the side, just here and here. And they just literally clip in. That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Now, when I'm threading this up, what sort of threads do I need to use for embroidery?
Well, first of all, look, you've got your automatic needle threader, just like on a sewing machine. It's exactly the same thread path as a sewing machine. You're winding a bobbin and putting a drop-in bobbin in exactly the same way that you do with any Brother Sewing machine. So you are not having to learn any new skills to thread the machine.
Right.
But in terms of the threads you use, by and large, you're going to use a machine embroidery thread in the top.
Yeah.
And they come in amazing colours, absolutely astounding. The really interesting thing about embroidery is your bobbin thread, you use one colour for everything.
Right, okay.
It's a very, very fine, it's a specific thread for the bobbin, for a machine embroidery. And it actually pulls the top thread under slightly. Right. You wouldn't want it in your sewing. That would be a fault in sewing. You want it balanced. But on a machine embroidery, you actually want the bobbin thread to be lighter, that pulls the thread down. And that's why you don't need to change the colour. You use the same bobbin thread no matter what colours you're embroidering with.
That's called bobbin fill. I believe Ben's just loaded the graphics. It's underneath us. In fact, there's loads of accessories underneath us now. Right, so that's sort of setting yourself up.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, like you said, there's so many that are already built into the system as standard anyway.
Exactly. So really easy to scroll through the patterns. Obviously, you've got your manual that has all the patterns set out for you.
Yes.
That come included. So there's lots of different pictorial designs. Okay. But you've also got alphabets.
Brilliant.
Now, these are not alphabets like the alphabets you get on a sewing machine. We're talking about, like, you know, 3-inch bigger letters.
Yeah.
And you might think, well, my hoop's only 4 inches, so I can only embroider a monogram. Not a bit of it. So what you would do if you wanted to put sort of like, Vic's hen do. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. You can't have another, you had one. What you would do is you would simply stabilise the whole of the back of the fluffy dressing gown, all right, or whatever, or the T-shirt, and you would draw a line with an erasable pen. You would set up your first letter in your embroidery machine. You'd stitch that out. You'd re-hoop, lining everything up. Next letter, stitch it out.
Oh, brilliant.
So you just do it letter by letter. You absolutely can. You know, that's a question a lot of people ask.
Oh, do you know, there is so many people who are messaging in. Rosemary just messaged saying that she loves her embroidery machine. In fact, it's paid for itself. If you actually commit to it with the split pay options, especially the months that we're leading into with Christmas, I honestly think stockings, sacks, you know, Christmas bits. Yeah, bibs, baby grows, baby's first Christmas with a name. There's a lady who is at a local market to me. She sits there with her embroidery machine and she is the busiest stall there.
Absolutely.
Personalising baby blankets and all sorts.
I saw somebody recently and it was the most gorgeous font. I actually looked it up in the end. It's like Peter Rabbit alphabet. So you've got upper and lower case. Okay, that would all, I think, fit in this. And she was doing, you could have a whole name, and she was mostly framing them. Yeah. Or you could just have the letter. So it was Peter Rabbit with the initial of your baby or you or whatever. Yeah. Or you could have a whole, like, Grace, and each one had a little character. Oh, it was so lovely. Yeah. You know, it's just using your imagination.
Yeah, my friend, she's her daughter's just gone to secondary school. She said, Vic, I've just had to go and get, I was with her, and she says, let me just nip into the uniform shop to collect the uniform. They all have to be labelled with their names. And she said it was £3 a letter. Ooh, £3 a letter to embroider.
Ouch. You see, if you were lucky enough to get the MV1100, you saw how quickly I did Vicky. I mean, that actually could have been, all I would do if I was doing name tape is I would literally something like 1-inch wide grosgrain ribbon and just embroider it in a long line and then chop it up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And turn the edges and stitch it in. But I mean, if you're going for your embroidery machine, my goodness, you could really go to town.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if people are taking advantage of the 2 offers that we have today. The NV1100 is sold out, but do make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that cutting foot that's coming up on Friday.
It's so exciting.
The embroidery machine, there are so many in baskets. Every single time I've personally seen it on air, it has sold out again. It's another amazing machine and really affordable, especially with all of the added extras that it has the USB port, it has the Wi-Fi connection, it has lots of amazing embroidery designs on there as standard, but you have, of course, an absolute huge array of personalisation. It is also on 5-way split pay. Any of these machines on 5-way split pay, absolutely take advantage, especially, as I say, if you're making to sell, like Rosemary, the machine will pay for itself. There is so much. You only need to go onto Etsy and see how much you pay to personalise anything, bags, Christmas things, clothes, towels. It's just about getting the right stabilisers behind them as well to give them that
and
amazing
you've got
look.
loads of fonts already in the machine.
Yeah.
But you can
That's
also,
so much fun.
and fonts in particular, you can get for free.
Yeah.
Loads of different fonts you can get for free, yeah. And also things like Christmas alphabets, Halloween alphabets, summer alphabet.
Oh,
I mean,
this is so
honestly,
exciting.
just alphabets alone, I'd have an embroidery machine just for the alphabets.
I love it. Honestly, I'm so tempted to get this. Is brilliant.
Oh, another thing you can do, you know, is applique in the hoop. So you can get machine embroidery designs. So say, for example, it might be Father Christmas and a Christmas tree, right? But what you do is it stitches out an outline, then you fuse fabric in the hoop, you fuse fabric over the lines. Sorry, you put fabric down and then you stitch the outline. It stitches the fabric down. Then you trim it back with scissors to the line. Then you put it back under and it satin stitches all around the raw edges of the fabric and then adds little details like the moustache and the eyes and the eyebrows and that sort of thing in embroidery.
Brilliant.
So the whole thing, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Fabulous. Oh, honestly, if that hasn't swayed your decision, I don't know what will. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You're going to love it. Also, just before we hand over to Hobby Maker, tomorrow morning you're going to be here. We have got... Can you show it? Can you do a grand reveal?
I'm going to do a live unboxing tomorrow, Vic.
Ah, I'm desperate to
Do
see
not
it.
feed the fish. Do not feed the fish. All right? I'm going to be showing you the brand new Aliso mini iron from Cooler Pink tomorrow morning. I'm very excited about that.
That's tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Should we have a look at the roster for you, Stuart?
Roster. Love
Tomorrow
that.
at 8 o'clock, we've got summer wears with Charles.
Yes.
This is
yes.
your Charlie.
This is my Charlie.
8 o'clock. He's going to be joining Stuart, so do make sure you're there. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Quilt Genius Design Toolkit with Susie Duncan.
It's really cool, that. I've had a look at that. It's amazing.
Oh, okay.
If you fancy designing your own quilts and blocks, go for it.
At 10 o'clock, the Aliso Cooler Pink Mini Iron launch is at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, the 3-stripe tote bag with Susie Duncan. And 12 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. Don't forget also 10 o'clock on Friday. Watch.
Yeah.
I've had an email from Brother, and Disney's now available on...
Ooh,
I don't know about
Rosemary.
this, because I know there
what
was a
I'm
Disney
doing as soon as we
machine.
get off air.
Go and have a look.
Because Disney was
You're
something,
not
if it
allowed.
wasn't programmed into the machine, you couldn't get it.
Ooh, I'm going to Disneyland in October. Could do amazing personalised things. Oh, this is cute.
Lovely.
Anyway, thank you so much for your company. Stuart, it's been amazing. See you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Don't be late.
Thank you for your company. Do make sure you check out on those machines, and we will see you again bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.